reviews first for people who have been before the court and have things they're ordered to do. So this is a check on that. So your name's called, come up to the table to your right, stand there, and we're going to review your file.
Jeremy Butcher, Alexander Music, Jeffrey Trout, Melissa Weaver, Tina Wells, Terry Fannin Jr., Nicole Gravely.
I'm here, Your Honor, too.
All right, I see you, Ms. Weaver. All right, Melissa Weaver is 16490. And Tina 251. Made a payment, made 20 seconds. And you still have, that's all you have left. You did your community service. You got to make payments on your funds. Where are you today?
Charleston.
Okay. You're home? Are you at
Yeah.
your? Okay. I'll set your next hearing for June 26th. 9 o'clock.
Thank you. Okay.
That's all.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Two. All right, your name, sir?
Terry Fannin.
Gary Fannin is 21-315 and 21-1131. And you're, is it Regal?
Yes.
How's he doing?
He's doing okay. He came back to us on Monday. He had left and then he came back.
Okay. You finished, you had went to ODP in the past, right? Finished
Yeah.
there.
Yes, sir.
So you kind of self-reported back.
What is it?
You went back on your own.
Yeah.
basically. Okay, well, you don't have that much left here to do. You just got $240 to pay on fines.
Yeah, I was gonna see if tomorrow if I could go do community service at the King of Courts because they're taking us down there, or come in here, whatever's.
I'll prove that, Your Honor.
Okay.
And then Tuesday I can come in and pay the rest of the fine.
All right, I'll set your next hearing for July 7th. If you get everything paid off, you don't have to come back.
All right, thank you.
July 7th, 9 o'clock.
Thanks.
All right, Jeremy Butcher was called for 19-483 and 18-1259, has not appeared. Oh, he is here, okay. He didn't come up before.
Your Honor, the speaker was off, and when I came in, I told him to pay the review.
All right. And you've been at Riverside, so I guess we're gonna get a report, looks like. How are things going?
Going good?
Thank you. Okay, it says you had good screens. Okay, as far as your cases go, you still owe some fines and costs. Are you making any payment on those today?
Yeah, I have 60 on me.
Okay, keep up your treatment. There's a big report this time. June 26th will be your next hearing. 9 o'clock. See the clerk to make your payment.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Alexander Music was called for, case number 19-3023. It's has not done community service, so there'll be a warrant issued. Jeffrey Trout, he was late last time. He still has stuff left to do. So it'll be a bench warrant for failure to appear. Tina Wells,
Your Honor, if I may, I believe she called in yesterday and said that she would be here Tuesday. She's not here today.
okay.
She did do the community service she was ordered to do. I believe she still has more left, and maybe.
All right, yeah, she did 24 hours since the last hearing. All right, since you did that much community service, I'll put it on the Tuesday docket, which is the 30th. I'll set it for May 30th at 9 o'clock. Paul Gravely, 22, 727, 728. Hasn't been, she did make a small payment, but hasn't finished it, so it'll be a benchmark.
William Ross, Shauna Turner, Trevor Dement, Denise Faulkner, William Gullett, Kenneth Holtzapfel, Nikki Lewis, and Nathan Boyd.
William Ross, 22, 449. Do you have a payment today, Mr. Ross?
No, Your Honor. I just now a job yesterday. I'm just waiting for them to call and tell me when to screen for them.
Okay.
So hopefully by next month, I'll have something.
So I know you had a case in our municipal same time you had here, and they referred you to Southern Oaks, it looks like.
Yeah.
Recent screen today. This one's today.
Okay, looks like you're making some progress there, looks like with your counseling. So I'll give you some more time. Eventually, if you can't pay this, you'll have to work it on, you can work it off on community service.
Okay. Well, hopefully I'll have it next time. Something.
June 26th is your next hearing at 9 o'clock. Shauna Turner. Shauna Turner's 23,227. And you work at the counseling center, you still there?
Yep,
Okay, how's it going?
it's good.
Okay. Well, so we can wait because you're inpatient, right? So we'll wait till you get out of there to do your community service and pay on your fines.
Okay.
Do you have a time frame when you think you're going to complete?
My projected out date is July 19th.
Okay. All right, I'm going to set you back for July 17th. So I'll see you right before, hopefully you graduate. July 17th, 9 a.m. Looks like from what I see, you're doing well. So keep it up.
Thank you.
Trevor Dement. I'll put him aside because he usually comes in late. See if he shows up. Denise Faulkner. 21-15-32. Okay. Okay, so these screens, even though it shows something, it appears to be it's for something prescribed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. how's she doing otherwise? Usually I get a written report, so I don't have that today.
You should have
I
one.
mean, a verbal report, this is just,
Oh, you should have one. Yeah, I'll give you one.
yeah, let's see, unless I looked at, okay, yeah, I didn't have this.
Apologize.
Well, it says your attendance is sporadic. I think this,
I just stopped in there a while ago.
I don't know if your provider is aware of this, but from my understanding, there's a problem with you taking gabapentin and Suboxone together.
I don't understand why he prescribed it, but
Okay, well, you need to do better on getting in, it says you've missed several of your sessions, and that was part of your sentences, you're required to do this, right?
yes, sir.
Okay, let's get a better report then. Do you have a payment today on your fund?
No, sir. I can come in next Friday and make one.
Okay, you can do community services, you can't pay, you gotta get this done. I'll set your next hearing for June 23rd. 9 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
William Gullett.
What?
I'll call the next
Oh,
one.
thank
William
you.
Gullett. Well, it's a somewhat decent report, but he's not here today.
Your Honor, if I may, I have a report. He was ordered to be here for some community service on April 28th, and he has not showed up.
Okay, maybe that's why he didn't come to court either. Okay, I'll issue a warrant for failure to appear then. And if he appears at Riverside, let him know he needs to get in here if he doesn't want to get arrested.
Yes, sir.
Kenneth Holtzapfel. 19-194, 18-956, 18-3473, and 18-1264. Okay, community service looks like it's done. You're working on the fines now.
Yeah, I also have done some extra community service to pay on fines. I did the couple of the double days down here at the volunteer fire department in South Point.
Okay.
So I don't know if that showed up yet or,
Well, you need to go check with Mr. Major and see if it got turned in. You can go through your days.
okay.
Do you have any payment on your?
I do
fines?
got a payment. I paid earlier this month also, but I got another payment for today too.
How much are you paying today?
50 today.
Okay, go see Mr. Major in the probation office, and June 26th will be your next hearing.
Is that on a Friday? I have Fridays off.
June 30th then.
June 30th. Thank you.
26th was a Monday. June 30th.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Nathan Boyd. Mr. Boyd's at Southern Hope.
Your Honor, I have a report on Mr. Boyd also.
Okay.
He was ordered on April 28th to be here, either on April 29th or May the 6th, for one of the other days, and did not show up.
All right, Mr. Boyd, what did it say you?
Yes, sir, I was out of town.
I've been in New York for almost a month now. I just got back Wednesday night.
All right, I'm going to order him in custody then. Order placed in custody. Nikki Lewis. $26.14. And you already made a payment today. You don't have that much left to do.
I know. I'm ready for it to be done for a change.
Me too.
Yeah, I know.
I'm ready too. I'm right there with you.
It's almost there.
As soon as it's done, you can quit coming unless you want to.
I know.
It's
I just
open to the
pop
public
up.
if you want to come and watch.
I know.
Other people, you don't have to be here.
I know, right?
June 26th is your next hearing. 9 o'clock.
I'll work
Finish
on
it up and then
Okay, good deal. Thank you.
get it done and you can quit
Get it
coming.
over with, yes. Thank you.
Okay, that finishes the reviews. We're going to start with arraignments next. Folks out in the lobby that you've got a new case, a new charge, or if you missed a hearing and a warrant that you are facing, you need to come in now and hear what I'm about to say, and then we'll start with those hearings. Okay, if you're here for a new charge or because of a problem on an old case, when your name is called, come up to the table to your right, stand there, and I'm going to go over the reasons that you're here, which would be mainly read the charges to you. Every defendant has a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. If you choose to make statements, everything that's being said today is on the record. What that means, it's all being recorded. So what I say, what you say, what the lawyers say, it's all getting recorded. And if you jump up and admit something against yourself, the prosecutor can use it against you. So you don't have to say anything. You have a right to have a lawyer, and if you're facing a jailable offense and can't afford a lawyer, you have a right to have one appointed. But I have to ask you about your income if you want one appointed. You have a right to bail. You have a right to make the state prove any charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Those are the rights that all defendants have. If you enter a guilty plea or a no contest plea, you're waiving those rights, which is really important. You shouldn't do that without really understanding what's going on in the case, what the possible penalties are, what could happen to you. So if you don't know what to do, if you want to talk to a lawyer, or if you want a trial on your case, you need to enter a not guilty plea when you're asked for a plea. Call the first case.
State of Ohio versus Christian Bradley, case number TRC 23566, A, B, and C.
Sir, you're Christian M. Bradley.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Bradley, it's alleged that on May 20th at 4:08 a.m. in Perry Township, you were driving a vehicle while you were under the influence of alcohol. And the state's alleging that you took a breath test and tested 19 on the breath test. It's alleged that this would be, if you were convicted, would be your first conviction under Ohio law. So, there's some numbers that are important I'm going to explain to you and see if you have any questions about it. There's a per se level under Ohio law. And that number, I'm going to make it simpler. I'm going to drop the first decimal point. I'm just going to say it's a test score of 8. If you test 8 or higher on a breath test, there can be a presumption that you're impaired. To get the presumption, the state of Ohio has to show compliance with the rules for giving the test, that the machine was properly calibrated, that sort of thing. And if that's the case, then there's a presumption that you were impaired if you tested higher than 8. The state's alleging you tested 19. Well, that's higher than 8. It's also higher than 17, which is an important number under Ohio law. If you have a breath test score of 17 or higher, it's considered a high test, and that changes the minimum penalty. So, with a 19 test score, the maximum stays the same. The maximum is 6 months in jail, $1,075 fine, and a 3-year license suspension. That's the most the court can impose if you're found guilty. There's a minimum. The legislature doesn't trust the judges and the court, so they say, Judge, if you have this test score, you have to do a minimum at least. And the minimum on a test score of 19 is 3 days in a treatment program and 3 days in jail. And that 3 days in jail is for any test score above 17. That's what's added on if you have a high test score. It's the mandatory 3 days in jail. $375 fine is the minimum fine, and a 6-month license suspension is the minimum license suspension. So that's throwing a lot of information at you. Do you understand what I just explained? Do you have any questions about it?
Your Honor, the only thing I can say is I did make a great mistake and I deeply apologize for it.
Well, wait a minute, we're not to that point yet. I'll ask you for a plea in a minute. I want to make sure you understand what I explained to you about
Yes,
your test scores and the per se level and all that.
Yes,
Do you have
sir.
any questions about that? Okay. You've got a couple other charges we need to go over. You've got a driving outside your lane charge, which is a minor misdemeanor. It's a maximum penalty of $150 fine.
Okay.
There's no minimum on that. And you've got a seatbelt charge, alleging you weren't wearing a safety belt. That is a mandatory $30 fine if you're found guilty. So those are the 3 charges. Do you understand the 3 charges?
Yes, sir.
And I explained the rights that all defendants have when we start court. Do you understand that or have any questions? Okay, now is when I need to know, and first of all, just tell me how you want to plead. Your choices are guilty, not guilty, or no contest. And remember, not guilty is always the safest plea.
Is there any way to plead down whatsoever to a lesser charge to where I don't lose my license whatsoever? Because I'll lose my company, I'll lose my house, I'll lose everything if I lose my license, Your Honor.
Well, if that's what you're concerned about, I suggest you get a lawyer. So
What?
that means you need to enter a not guilty plea.
What does no contest mean again?
No contest really is not going to affect you. It means that you're not admitting that you violated the law, but you're not contesting it either, and you're consenting to being found guilty. It really only, if there was a rap or something here where you hurt somebody and you could get sued civilly for that, then a no contest plea couldn't be used against you as an admission in that civil case, whereas a guilty plea can be used against you as an admission in that case. So I don't see here that it's not going to benefit you any by entering a no contest plea.
If I plead guilty, do I get arrested today?
Well, you're going to get a jail sentence of at least 3 days in jail. I have to give you that.
Will it be today, though?
Could be. I haven't decided. I have to hear the evidence, and then I'll decide if I'm going to make you go today or go some other time.
Guilty, Your Honor.
Okay, well, and you sure that's what you want to do? Because you said you don't want, I don't know if there's any defenses here. There might be defenses, but you need to explore that with a lawyer. And you're going to get a license suspension. You said there's all these ramifications for your work and so forth. That's going to happen.
If I get a lawyer and I come to court over it, is there a chance to fight it like that? I mean, do I have to pay for a lawyer or is one appointed?
Well, I can consider giving you a court-appointed lawyer, but I have to ask you about your income if you want a court-appointed lawyer. You have to qualify.
Okay.
You want to be considered for a court-appointed lawyer?
Yeah, I would like to before I plead non
Do
guilty.
you work for yourself? You kind of indicated.
I just started my own business about 6 to 8 months ago. Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
and what is that business?
Computer technology company.
All right.
I work for myself completely though. I don't have a office.
You're the only employee?
Me and my brother, yes. It's a 50-50 business.
All right. Are you filing tax returns?
I have not last year because it's still recent. I started it in about November last year, so I didn't for this past year, but I was this next, yes.
Okay. What'd you do before you started your own business?
I worked at Wendy's and I worked at Walmart.
Well, the Supreme Court tells me I have to determine your gross annual income. I don't suppose you've got a figure for that. You know what your gross annual income is?
Whenever I worked at Wendy's and Walmart, it was around $23,000 a year. Right now, I couldn't say exactly. It's probably, if I had a complete good year, maybe 35.
Do you have children?
No.
You're a single person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I can't appoint a lawyer for you then, because if you're making 30 to 35,000, that's more than what's
I
allowed.
mean,
for
that's an
someone.
estimate, I'm not 100%, but,
Well, what I would do is an estimate too, so
yeah,
I'm going to take your estimate and say, you know, I can't appoint a lawyer for you.
okay.
So, I'll enter a not guilty plea, I'll give you some time to talk to a lawyer and come back.
If I enter a non-guilty and I come back, can I plead guilty
You
later?
can always change your plea.
Okay, so that's a thing.
Yes.
When will my
It's absolutely a thing.
Okay, all
Sit
right.
here and watch, that's what happens
When will my court date?
99% of the time. The law, we don't have trials hardly anymore.
I understand, Your Honor. When's my court date set for?
I haven't said it yet.
Okay.
I'm going to set it. Yeah. I saw a statistic in 1928, 28% of criminal cases in New York City were resolved by jury trial. Now, it's not 2%.
Times have changed.
I'm saying that more for the benefit of the lawyers, but that just shows you how the system has changed. We don't do very many trials anymore, but they're there to be done. If somebody wants a trial, they can have a trial. I'm entering a not guilty plea for you. Of course, we introduced all those discovery rules and everything that bogs it down, so that's probably why there's not as many trials now. I'm going to put down that you will hire an attorney.
Do you have a number that I can call? Like, does anybody in the
You
court?
can call, well, there's a lawyer right behind you, there's a ton of lawyers. Do you want to talk with him?
Do you want to talk to me?
Yeah, man. Cool.
Talk to you after this.
I'm going to let you sign a signature bond of $1,000. What that means is you're like signing an IOU to the court that says, I promise to be in court or I'll pay $1,000 penalty. And you get a warrant if you don't show up, so that's the worst part.
I would've got a warrant today if I didn't show up, so I understand.
Yeah, you don't show up, you get a warrant. So, let's go out 3 or 4 weeks, give you a chance to get a lawyer. Let's do it, and I assume since you're working for yourself, it doesn't matter what day of the week you come back.
No, it's all right, Your Honor.
Usually court is on Mondays and Fridays, but the 19th is a holiday, so I'm going to set it, we'll have court on the 20th, which is a Tuesday.
Of next month?
Yes, of June. So June 20th is going to be your next hearing, right here in this court at 10 a.m. All right, any questions, sir?
The only thing I may ask, my license is technically suspended in Ohio right now. I had somebody drive me today. I'm not 100%.
It'll be suspended in Kentucky too, because they have a compact.
Oh, it's suspended in Kentucky now too?
Should be, they'll notify, now, there'll be some lag time, but Ohio will notify Kentucky.
Oh, I thought it wasn't suspended until my court date, till I plead guilty.
You have an automatic license suspension, that I think Kentucky will honor. But you should talk to your lawyer, if you get a lawyer, you need to talk to them about that.
Okay. Have a great day, Your Honor.
You too.
State of Ohio versus Christopher LaPrade, case number TRD 23555.
Sir, are you Christopher LaPrade?
I am.
Mr. LaPrade, it's alleged by the state that on May 21st at 11:55 a.m. in Perry Township, that you failed to stop for a stopped school bus. So that is a 4th degree misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is 30 days in jail, $250 fine. You understand the charge?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand your rights? Things I explained at the beginning of court?
Yes.
Right to remain silent, that sort of
Yes.
thing. How do you wish to plead to this charge?
Could I ask what you think would be the best?
No. You need I can't be your lawyer. I can tell you what your rights are and that sort of thing. This is the lowest level of jailable misdemeanor. So what does that mean? That means it's a little more serious than a speeding ticket because that's a non-jailable offense. But it's not like a domestic violence or an OVI or something like that, which is a 1st degree misdemeanor. This is a 4th degree misdemeanor. So, but there is potential jail time. I would just say this, unless, I usually don't impose, I've had a few of these kind of cases, unless it's really flagrant and put kids at risk, then you might get jail time.
Okay. Well, I think it would just be best to plead guilty today, sir.
All right, if you enter a guilty plea, that's an admission that the charge against you is true. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to accept your guilty plea, and I'm going to read the report that was submitted to the court. It's very short. This is by State Highway Patrol Trooper Guilford. School bus complaint, driver admitted to driving, bus driver's name was Paul Patterson. Gives a phone number. Okay, so it's kind of wide open for you. They don't give me any facts as to what happened. You want to make, you don't have to make an explanation, but you can make an explanation if you want to. Do you want to explain what happened?
I went around the bus.
When the lights were out and flashing?
I think so.
Okay. Did you do it on purpose or by accident or what? That's really a dangerous situation because kids are getting off the bus and that has happened, especially when they get off and they're going to cross the road. They get off the bus, come around, if you're going around, you can run over a kid.
Yes, sir.
Were you behind the bus, in front of the bus, where were you?
I was behind the bus.
Okay. Why did you go around it?
I'm thinking I might have thought I was going to be late for work that day or something like that.
Well, that's not a reason at all to pass a school bus.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm looking at you don't have a bad driving record, but I'm assuming it wasn't too aggravated or that they would have given me more facts on this report because they give me very little. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
But I'm going to give you a day of community service. I'm going to order you to pay a $100 fine.
Okay.
And I'll, just to give it a little teeth, I'll give you 2 days of jail suspended. So suspend any jail time. As long as you do a day of community service, because we got lots of stuff that needs done. Grass cut and so forth. And it's good for you to do. It's a good community project. The boat ramps and so forth need cut. So we can use your help.
You talking about weed eating?
Yeah, weed eating, cutting grass.
I got a good weed eater. I have home.
We'll furnish you a weed eater and the gas. But you just have to come in and get it done. So do a day of community service and pay a $100 fine and the court costs. And promise me in the future, when you see a school bus, I mean, before they even put the lights out, you need to be watching. Are they going to put their lights out? They're going to put their lights out because that's, you know.
I promise, sir.
It would be terrible for you and obviously the family of whoever kid that you would hit. So it's not something that we want to mess around with. You got to be extra careful around school buses. So I'll make it 2 years of level 5 probation, which means it's non-reporting. You don't have to report for probation, except that I'm going to give you a review hearing date of September 5th. So what does that mean? If you were here earlier, we had those review hearings. Those were people that haven't finished what they were ordered to do. They got to come back for a hearing. You got all summer to get a day of community service and pay your fine and court costs.
I can pay that today, sir.
If you get it all done, you don't have to come to that hearing.
So if I pay my 100 and do the day, I don't have to come back September, what was it, 5th, you say?
September 5th. You don't have to come to that hearing as long as you get everything done.
Okay.
And you're going to go meet Mr. Major, is his name. John Major is the probation officer. When you leave the courtroom, make a 90-degree left turn, go west, downriver. That open counter over there is the probation office. Go meet with him. He'll give you some paperwork. Everything I just told you is going to be on a piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
He'll give you a copy of it. And if you have questions, he's your contact person with the court.
Okay.
All right. Any questions you have of me, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. Go see Mr. Major. After that, you're free to go.
Have a good weekend, sir.
You too.
State of Ohio versus Morgan Johnston, case number TRC 23-550, A and B.
And sir, are you Morgan Anthony Johnston?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, it's alleged on May 20th at 3:12 a.m. in Fayette Township, you were driving a vehicle while you were under the influence of either alcohol, drugs, or a combination of those substances, and state's alleging you refused to take tests. It's alleged this is would be your first conviction if you were convicted. The penalties go up the more convictions you have. So on a first offense, the maximum is 6 months in jail, a $1,075 fine, and a 3-year license suspension. That's the most you can get. The least you can get is 3 days in a treatment program, $375 fine, and a 6-month license suspension. Do you understand the range of penalties? You're also charged with driving out of your lane. That's a minor misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is $150 fine. So those are the 2 charges. Do you understand them? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Do you want a lawyer appointed?
I've got one. Supposed to be meeting with him next week.
Okay, who's your lawyer?
JT Holt.
Okay, I'll put Mr. Holt down.
He asked if we could set up a court date for he said the 5th or the 16th.
Okay, let me look at the court's schedule.
I guess that goes with his days off or whatever.
All right, we'll do the 16th. The 5th is already pretty well full. So June the 16th is going to be your next hearing. There'll be a pretrial then at 10 a.m. Not guilty plea is entered. You can sign a $1,000 signature bond. Do you understand what that means?
Yeah.
Okay. Sign your bond and you're free to go. Tell Mr. Holt your hearing is June 16th.
And 10 a.m., right?
10 a.m., yes, sir.
All right.
That's all.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Zachariah J. Carpenter, case number CRB 2236.
All right, and you're Zachariah Carpenter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Carpenter, it's alleged you missed a review hearing, and looks like that was March of this year, March of 23. And it was on an aggravated menacing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you admit or deny you missed that hearing?
I did miss it, Your Honor.
Do you have an explanation for missing?
I was paying on the a fine. It was like $200, I think I left to pay. I thought it was 100 and some. My dad said it was 200 and some when they called Gary Sowers. That's been like a couple years ago. I haven't been down there since last fall. I honestly forgot about it. If I would have known, Your Honor, I wouldn't have missed. I appreciate all that you worked with me in the past, and
You still live in Crown City? Where do you live?
I live in Gallipolis now.
Okay.
I work.
Did you get arrested up there, or?
Yeah.
So how long did you spend in jail?
3 days. I didn't lose my job or anything. They were understanding about it, so.
Well, I'm assuming, I mean, you got 30 days in jail suspended on the condition that you did, well, actually you just had to pay a fine, but it hadn't been paid off. So I'm assuming you want to do that. You don't want to wait out in jail, do you?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I'll cancel the warrant. And now I'm going to set it for a sentencing hearing because you got a bond up. Because what's going to happen, if you don't show up now, before I issue the warrant, well, that goes to the sheriff. And quite honestly, they're not going to go out and look for you. They're just going to wait till you have police contact. But now, that Mr. Sowers is supposed to your bond $1,500, he does not want to pay the court $1,500. And
Right.
he never pays the court $1,500. You know why? Because he goes and gets the people.
Right.
He will come and snatch you up and take you to the jail.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
So you'll have somebody looking for you immediately
Okay.
if you don't show up. So make sure you show up, or just pay this off, and that's the easiest thing. Get it done, and you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, Your Honor, I'm gonna pay 20 on it today, and my direct deposit should clear today or tomorrow, and I'll call and pay the rest off as soon as it hits.
Okay, June 30th will be your next hearing. If you've paid it off, I would confirm that if I were you. Just you have access to a computer. You can look on the court's website. We actually do have phones here, if they want me to tell that, but you can call and ask the clerk or your probation officer if your case is cleared. Otherwise, you gotta be here June 30th at 9 a.m. get it done, and you don't have to show up.
All right, thank you so much, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Well, I'm sorry. Let me change that. I said a review hearing. Since you have a bond now, I said it as a sentencing, because then that tells me that Mr. Sowers is on your case. So it'll be a sentencing at 10 a.m. on June 30th. But if you get it taken care of, you don't have to worry about it either way.
All right.
Just
Thank
get it
you.
taken care of.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Joseph Whaler, case number CRB 17170, CRB 17133.
All right, Joseph Whaley is here, and this, you had a hearing last week, it looks like.
Yeah, I think it was Monday. She told me I had till Friday to get back in. I had to pull a 12 hours for like 4 days in a row, my job.
Okay.
And then my son came this weekend. I didn't realize it, but I still made it today. And I have a payment for you.
All right, well, you made it in within 7 days, so the warrant actually wasn't issued. We wait 7 days to issue the warrant. So what are you paying today?
$100.
All right, see the clerk. I'll cancel the order for a warrant.
I got a quick question though.
Yes, sir.
I caught a ticket right at the foot of the bridge a couple weeks ago. They said it was Chesapeake. I didn't know if they meant like here or the other one down there.
That's the village. I mean,
So y'all are not together as far as like that's not gonna show up here?
they're not here yet. You can appeal a case from.
Well, he told me, he had me wait for South Point over like a 2010 one, which has to do with a lot
The
of
villages can have mayor's courts, and a lot of them do.
Right, well, he didn't write a ticket, I just got one from South Point well, they made me meet up and make a payment arrangement, and I've been paying on that every month on the 6th.
Okay.
So then I got something in the mail like 2 days ago that said they have, I guess, a ticket for me that I didn't show up for, and I'm like,
Well, that's not here. That's, I know it's confusing, and if I was behind designing the court system in Ohio, we would not have mayor's courts, but they didn't put me in charge of that. So we have mayor's courts.
should we just go there?
You've got to go take care of it there. Now, you can appeal your case from mayor's court to here. I've got jurisdiction over it, but I don't have jurisdiction until you appeal it to this court, and
I'm just gonna tell them tag it on.
that's up to you, but.
No, it was a legit
It's pending
ticket.
in mayor's court, you got to deal with mayor's court.
Okay, thank you.
All right, but you're going to make a payment here on your cases?
Yes.
And I'll set June 30th as your next hearing in this court.
9?
9 a.m., June 30th.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus William T. Carson, case number TRD 22795 A&B.
All right, this was set for a sentencing in traffic court. It looks like that was in March. This is just on a, looks like it was a driver's license issue and a safety belt.
Yeah.
Did you get your license reinstated?
Yes, I did.
Do you have that with you?
Yep.
Okay, let me take a look at it. Okay, looks like it was issued on May 3rd. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, do you have an explanation for not coming back to traffic court when you were supposed to?
It was just a hectic 2 months. My first son was just born, and that's the only excuse I have, which is no excuse, but that's what happened.
All right, let me look and see. So you didn't get arrested or anything on this, you're just coming in on your own?
Yeah.
To clear it up? All right. I will dismiss the suspended license charge since you got reinstated. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
But you had a safety belt charge, so and you pled guilty to that. That's a mandatory $30 fine, so I'll impose that. $30 fine, court costs. Can you pay that today?
Yeah, I can pay it today.
Okay, see the clerk paid your fine costs on the safety belt, your case is over.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Miranda Husky, case number TRD 201674.
And this is a traffic court case too. Looks like you missed a sentencing on September the 14th of 21, so it's been a while.
Yeah, if you really want to know the truth about it, when I had seen you before that, I was in active addiction pretty badly. At the time of my court date, I was under doctor's supervision laying out everything that was in my system, and I have papers where I'm being treated weekly at ProAct in Huntington, and I've been compliant with the program. I've rebuilt seeing my kids, and the only reason I haven't been in here yet is because my health has been ridiculous. I've had, probably because of a 10-year drug addiction, but
let me see what you got from ProAct.
I've had 2 surgeries on my stomach. I have a surgery consultation for my teeth on Tuesday, and I have one more for pancreatitis on the 9th. Yeah, he can keep it.
Is this my copy?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I've not
Well,
been
congratulations on it. Looks like you're making some good efforts toward getting clean.
Yes.
You're in an MAT program now?
Yes, September 10th, I'll be 2 years sober.
Very good.
And I've not been, arrested or nothing. I'm just coming in on my own to take care of it. It's been too long, and my fines are also completely paid off.
Okay, what about, you did not have, it wasn't driving under suspension, it was no license. Did you ever get a license?
No, honestly, with as bad as my health has been, I've not drove a vehicle since the day that I got pulled over.
Okay, so you're not going to try to do that?
I will when all these surgeries are taken care of and stuff, but until I'm in a physical position to be driving a vehicle, I don't want to push it, I also plan on tapering off my medication, but until my health is good enough to do it, I don't really want to push my luck too much.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. Based on the medical information you submitted to me, it looks like what you're telling me is correct. So I want to encourage you to stay in your recovery and MAT. And this is, let me see what the officer said about the circumstances and how this came about. Okay, the only charge you had was for no operator's license.
Yeah, the only reason
I'll order what you paid to be forfeited as cost with the dismissal. So I'm going to dismiss it, the no operator's license, because of, I'm not going to wait around for you to get a license since you're in treatment actively. So good luck with that, and if you're going to drive, you're going to have to get licensed. And the officer said he stopped you for speeding. If you don't have a license, and I know sometimes making good decisions is part of getting in recovery, but if you don't have a license, it's probably not a good decision to speed.
Yes, sir. That day, the cruise control had actually got stuck. We didn't know he was getting pulled over. I pulled to the side of the road.
Well, if you're driving in Ohio on 52,
yeah,
you got a good chance of getting pulled over if you're speeding. So.
I was on my way to my son's court case for the custody of my child, so should have been driving
anyway. You got to leave
anyway.
on time then, so you don't have to speed to get there.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, you're free to go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you tell me again what?
The amount that she pays forfeited when the case is dismissed. You can do it as court cost.
State of Ohio versus Isaac Garton, case number CRB 19596, CRB 18759, TRD 182241.
All right, Mr. Garden is here and was supposed to be here Monday, I guess it was. Have you done anything on your case?
I paid $40 today. I'm waiting on a direct deposit to pay some more this evening. I was going to talk to you about doing some community service if I'm able to.
You can do community service, you get $50 a day credit. You've finished what you recorded as community service. Okay, I'll give you a new sentencing date. June 30th will be your next sentencing date. Get this completed and you can quit coming to these hearings. But you have a bond up now, so if you don't appear, the bail bonds will pick you up.
All right.
And did Mr. Sowers contact you about this?
He did Monday morning.
Okay, I'll let him know that you came in, so he won't be coming picking you up this Sunday morning, taking you to the jailhouse.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Darrell Bowen, case number CRA 23318.
I got receipts.
Sir, are you Darrell D. Bowen?
Yes.
Mr. Bowen, the state's filed a complaint against you alleging open dumping.
Yeah.
Case number is 23318. It alleges on May 22nd of this year in Fayette Township, you did dispose of solid waste by open dumping or burning. That's an unclassified felony. It carries a maximum penalty of 4 years in jail and a $25,000 fine. Do you understand the charge?
Yes.
Do you understand your rights?
Yes.
Do you have the money to hire a lawyer?
No.
Do you have a job?
Yes.
What do you do?
Housekeeping at Comfort Suites.
Are you paid by the hour?
I get paid every 2 weeks.
But is it by the hour or how are you paid? You get paid so much an hour?
I get paid 11.
$11 an hour?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you working 40 hours a week or how many hours a week do you work?
Not for sure. But I got pictures to show I got it cleaned up. And I got receipts where it's Mountain West over there in Ona. They came and picked it up yesterday.
Do you have any family you're supporting? You have children?
No, my sister got my daughter.
Okay. All right, Mr. Scott, I'm going to go ahead and appoint you to represent Mr. Bowen.
Take care of it.
All right. Why don't we, because usually, I mean, we've had several of these, even though it's filed as a felony, usually the prosecutor is agreeable to keeping it in this court. If there's an effort to clean it up, he says he's doing that. So why don't you talk with him, then talk to the prosecutor, then we'll decide on bond and when to come back and if we really need a preliminary or how we're going to handle it.
Can I show you the pictures of it?
Once you got a lawyer, show your lawyer.
All right.
He can show it to the court if he thinks it's important.
Show it to me.
So I'm going to let you talk to your lawyer.
All right.
He'll talk to the prosecutor, and then we'll come back and decide when your next hearing date will be. And what
Okay.
the bond will be. So go talk to your lawyer.
All right.
Be recalled.
State of Ohio versus Nathaniel James, case number CRB 23317. Nathaniel James.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, are you Nathaniel James?
Yes, sir.
Mr. James, it's alleged that Rome Township, May 25th, you knowingly caused or tried to cause physical harm to Chelsea Berry. That's an assault charge. It's a first-degree misdemeanor, and it carries a maximum penalty of 6 months in jail and a $1,000 fine. Do you understand the charge?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the rights you have?
Yes, sir.
How do you plead to this charge?
Not guilty.
Do you want a lawyer appointed?
Yes, please.
Do you have a job?
No, I don't.
You have no income at all?
No income.
Mr. Stratton, I'll appoint you to represent Mr. James.
Mr. James?
Hello. Nice to meet you.
and enter a not guilty plea for him.
Did you post bond?
Yeah.
Okay. He's posted bond, Your Honor. That's how
Yes,
bond-
he's got a bond up with Mr. Soward, so I'll continue that. Is there a protection order requested?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any problem for him to stay away from Chelsea Berry?
No.
No.
Okay, so that's what you're about to sign, is something acknowledging your order to stay away from Chelsea Berry. Not go around, contact her, post things, social
Yeah.
media, all that. I want things quiet. I don't want stirred, so don't do anything that stirs it up. And then we're looking at, for the next hearing, probably the 20th of June or after.
Not the 20th, Your Honor. I have a trial that date, but anything after that.
The 23rd, you're okay?
Yeah.
That's that Friday.
Yeah, it's only be a 3 or 4 day trial.
Okay. June 23rd. June 23rd will be the next hearing. It'll be a pretrial at 10 o'clock.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Mary Hampton, case number CRB 23-321, CRA 23-320.
Ma'am, are you Mary Hampton?
I am.
Ms. Hampton, it's alleged that on May 23rd in Fayette Township, you knowingly possessed or were using methamphetamine, a Schedule II controlled substance, possession of which is a felony of the 5th degree. Maximum penalty for that's a year in jail, $2,500 fine. 23-321 case number alleges that on May 23rd in Fayette Township, you purposely deprived Walmart of property without their consent. That's a first-degree misdemeanor, maximum penalty 6 months in jail and a $1,000 fine. Do you understand the charges filed against you, ma'am?
Yes.
And you understand your rights?
Yes.
Do you have the money to hire a lawyer?
I do not.
Do you have a job?
No.
You have no income?
No.
I'll appoint Mr. Steyer to represent you. He's here, so we'll have him come in the courtroom and introduce you.
Okay.
And we're probably going to need the prosecutor to come in too on bond recommendation. Mr. Steyer, this is Mary Hampton, felony file possession and shoplifting. Mr. Heald, she has a Pritchard, is that your
Yes.
correct address, Pritchard? What's the state's position on bond? She was released from the jail on a medical OR and did appear today. Well, actually it was jail overcrowded. Although it's on a medical release form, it says due to jail overcrowding.
That is chronic.
It usually is overcrowded.
It's overcrowded without any inmates in there, just the staff, I think. Well, Your Honor, with this felony charge, even though it hasn't been proven yet, there's still the suspicion that she was in possession of methamphetamine, or at least the residue of methamphetamine. So we have concerns about her well-being. We'd like to see her be assessed for treatment if she's going to stay out of jail. And not to prejudge anything, but
Is this the type of case that the state would be willing to keep in this court if she agreed to go to treatment and was successful at it and not take it to the grand jury?
most likely we want to keep it here. And I guess it's ultimately going to depend upon, if we find out that she's a career criminal or something, which I don't believe she probably is.
Do you want to talk with her about that, or how do you want to proceed?
You have just a second. She's willing to be assessed, so Your Honor, we'd ask for an OR bond in this matter.
Ms. Hampton, how do you pay for medical services? Do you have a medical card of some sort?
Is it West Virginia medical card?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we've got, Mr. Webb is here, right?
Yes.
And you can take West Virginia.
Yes, sir.
All right, we've got somebody for you to talk to today about getting treatment. So we'll let Mr. Steyer flesh this out for you more, but you've got a great opportunity. You're charged with a felony. I know you're not a lawyer, but there's felonies and there's misdemeanors. So a misdemeanor means if you're convicted of it, you can only go to the county jail. You cannot go to prison. A felony means if you're convicted, you can go to prison for a felony conviction. And a felony on your record is a big stain. It knocks you out of a lot of jobs. If you go interview for a job and they find out you got a felony, they don't want to have anything to do with that. So not getting a conviction is a really big deal. So what the state is at least initially saying is they're open to you going to treatment, and if you do well in treatment, that they may dismiss the felony at some point down the road if you convince them that you're in recovery and must stay there.
Okay.
And then their case never goes to the grand jury. You don't get indicted. You don't face a felony trial. This is not the felony court. This is the misdemeanor court that arraignments on felonies and preliminary hearings. So your case can stay here as long as you do well in treatment and get good reports. So what you'll do is you'll go for treatment. They'll send me reports. If you do well, your case will just stay here. It never goes to the grand jury for an indictment. You never go to the felony court. Then you have no risk of going to prison.
And will it, like, be on your record, like, in the future?
We'll discuss that.
Okay.
If it gets dismissed, you got a really good chance of not being anything on your record.
Okay.
Now, she does have a misdemeanor theft charge, which if she's found guilty, then we would.
Yeah, so you could have a misdemeanor on your record, or, you know, at least you have a really good chance of getting the most serious charge off your record. So, but it takes you doing your part.
Okay.
You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm assuming there's going to be a time waiver.
Yeah, we will wait. You have a right to have a trial, well, not a trial, you have a right to be back in for what's called a preliminary hearing within 15 days. But since we're looking at treating this without going on to the grand jury, it's in your interest to work with the court on timing and to waive your time constraints. So,
okay.
So we're going to waive the 15-day rule and just ask the court set a date that's convenient to the court.
Either the 12th or 16th of June, which is better for you, Mr. Steyer.
At this point, the 12th is a little better.
Okay, let's do that. So you'll come back June 12th, and I'll get the initial report from the provider you're going to go to. You're going to meet with their representative this morning and get that set up.
Okay.
So take that seriously, go to your appointments, get good screens, show me that, you know, methamphetamine, I mean, I deal with it a lot. It's pervasive in our community right now. And the long-term effects are pretty bad. You see photographs of someone who's done meth for a few years, it ages people, in 3 years it ages them 30 years. You gotta get away from it. We wanna help you get away from it. So this is a great opportunity for you to make that change, but you gotta do your part.
Okay, thank you.
All right, June 12th will be a preliminary hearing, 10 o'clock. Mr. Steyer's the attorney. She can sign a $2,000 signature bond.
So I'm going to have you go out, talk to this guy right here who's stood up in the black jacket. And I'm talking about this. Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Kimberly Thompson, case number CRB 23177. Kimberly Thompson.
Kimberly Thompson.
And this is, Mr. Steyer, I think this is your case that was set for Monday for a pretrial.
It is, Your Honor. I contacted Ms. Thompson, explained the situation. She told her she needed to be in within a week to avoid a warrant. She's made it in. At this point, I'm just going to ask to have the case set again back on the docket, in the pretrial docket.
Okay. Yeah, let's see where we are on time. This is not that old a case. Do you want to do the 12th again?
That'd be fine, Your Honor.
All right, at defendant's request, case is continued to June 12th for pre-trial at 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, that finishes the arraignments we have other than it's jail. Okay, we're gonna go to the jail then now and do arraignments. So we've got some people in jail that we're gonna do their hearing by teleconference.
State of Ohio versus Shane C. Blanton at the Lawrence County Jail. Tyler Butcher is on deck.
And I believe this is Mr. Steyer's case.
That's set for review today.
And pre-trial review. All right, Mr. Blanton, is Mr. Steyer your attorney now?
No, sir, my attorney is Roger Smith.
Roger Smith, okay, well, he's here too. All right, Mr. Smith is in the courtroom now. So I understand we're waiting on common pleas to resolve some cases there,
Yes, Judge, that is correct.
and they're not resolved yet?
Not yet, no.
Any idea when that could happen?
May I approach?
Yes. Do we need the prosecutor? Okay. At least. All right, there's some proceedings in common pleas. It's probably going to take at least a month before that's resolved.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to set the hearing here for June 30th for a pretrial review.
Yes, sir.
And I think I probably said this last time. It would be nice if something is done in common pleas that you wrap a big bow around all this.
I put a note in my file. I do, I've got a post-it note in my file.
All right. June 30th, be pretrial and review here. So, Mr. Blanton, we'll see you in a month. Your case in common pleas has to be worked on before we can resolve this one.
Thank you, Judge.
State of Ohio versus Tyler A. Butcher, case number CRB 22585A and B. Kelly Dawson is on deck.
All right, Tyler Butcher. All right, you're Tyler Butcher.
Yes, sir.
You've got a charge that's never been arraigned, and it was sent down to the jail. It's an older charge, but apparently you never got arraigned on it before. It's 22585A and B, and a copy of which was faxed to the jail this morning at 9 a.m. So you should either have it or it's there in the jail for you to get a copy of. Receiving stolen property is the first case. It alleges August 31st of 2022 in Fayette Township, you did receive, retain, or dispose of property being an air compressor that you either knew or should have known was obtained through a theft offense. That's a first-degree misdemeanor. Maximum penalty, 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. 585B is obstructing official business. August 31st, 2022 is alleged without the right to do so, you obstructed or delayed a public official in the performance of their duties. That's a second-degree misdemeanor. Maximum penalty, 90 days in jail, $750 fine. Do you understand these two charges?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
Well, let me go over them with you because I haven't, and I'm going to start the recording. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything, but what you do say is all being recorded, and your image now is being recorded. So if you admit something against your interest, the state can use it against you. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one, to have bail, and to make the state prove charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those things?
Yes, sir.
And you understand these two charges against you?
Yes, sir.
How do you want to plead to them?
Not guilty.
You want a lawyer appointed?
Yes.
Do you have a job?
No.
You don't have any income?
No, sir.
I'll appoint Tyler Smith to represent you. He's here. We'll get him in the courtroom. All right, Mr. Smith is in the courtroom. This is Tyler Butcher. So easy to remember.
I've represented Mr. Butcher before. So.
Okay. He has two new charges, but they're old in the sense that they were filed last August, but he's never been arraigned on them until today. Receiving stolen property, and what was the other one? Obstructing official business. We need the state to give a bond recommendation. You still live at South Point, Mr. Butcher?
Yes, sir.
I believe, because I have a case pending with him already, an order case. I think he has a CCS holder. Is that correct, Mr. Butcher?
Yes.
The CCS violation order?
Oh, so it doesn't matter what.
It's not going to make a difference whatever the bond was set at. So.
All right. Well, it's kind of academic because he has a holder anyway, so he's probably not getting out regardless of what we set the bond at.
No, he'll probably be in front of Judge Ballard shortly now that he's been picked up. So
do you want what kind of bond do you want, Mr. Hill?
I know that Mr. Butcher's name is familiar to me, but I don't know if he had something already pending in the court or recently or not recently.
These charges were filed in August of last, well, I don't know if they were filed. They originated in August, let's see. They were filed in September of 2022, and it looks like they just were never served.
All right. But he's got a case in the common police court?
yes.
And is that something that started here?
No, it's well, he had some order cases, I believe, a long time ago, but yeah, he's had a couple cases in front of Judge Ballard, so, and these charges may have been part of, I can't remember the exact, every allegation of violation.
Yeah, I think that these charges already were on.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it, so, I mean, I'll have to.
Are you representing in common police?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
well, that's good. Do you want to make it an OR, so that gives Judge Ballard
Yes.
the discretion, he can decide what he wants to do, and our bond won't interfere with his. All right, I'm going to set bond at $2,000 OR. And do you have any idea when he's going to appear in common police?
I don't yet, usually, now that, since he's on the jail list, I'm sure I'll probably, something next Wednesday or the following Wednesday to try to get him in pretty quickly.
Okay. Well, June 5th, June 9th, someone?
I can do June 5th.
Okay, your next hearing, Mr. Butcher, is going to be June 5th in this court. So if you somehow get out of jail, you got to be in this court June 5th at 10 a.m. Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Kelly Goss, case number CRB 22694, CRB 22671 A, B, and C, CRB 22670, and Brittany Rowe is on deck.
And this is Roger Smith's case, Kelly Goss. Pre-trial.
Judge, he was ordered to STAR out of Common Police Court. I understand he was unsuccessfully discharged from STAR. I don't know when the next hearing date is in front of Judge Finley, but I do know he was ordered to STAR and didn't complete the program. So he's on a hold out of Common Police.
So he'll be going back in front
He'll
of
be going
Judge
back in front of the
Finley?
judge to explain the situation.
Why that happened?
Yes. But I don't have a date yet on it.
When do you want to come back here?
And it's not on the docket for this week. Maybe if we came back in
June 9th or 12th?
12th would be better for me if we could do June 12th.
All right. June 12th will be Mr. Goss's next hearing, 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. He's got to hold her from comments.
State of Ohio versus Brittany Ann Rowe, case number CRA 22659, and Cody Perky is on deck.
All right, and you, ma'am, are Brittany Rowe. Ms. Rowe, this is your arraignment hearing. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. If you choose to make statements, it's all on the record. It can be used against you. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed, to have bail, to make the state prove this charge beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand these things? The charge is complicity to commit a theft offense. It's alleged that at Fayette Township, September 26th of 2022, you aided or abetted another in committing a theft offense, and this was a felony amount, so it was over $1,000 allegedly taken. So that carries a maximum penalty of a year in jail, $2,500 fine. Do you understand this charge, ma'am? Do you have the money to hire a lawyer?
No.
Do you have a job?
No.
Do you have any cases in other courts?
No.
This is the only case you have?
Yes.
I'll appoint Mr. Steyer. Mr. Steyer, this is Brittany Rowe. She's got a felony 5, complicity to commit theft. It's older, it's from last fall. I need the prosecutor to give a bond recommendation. Mr. Hill?
Did we just have Tyler Butcher?
Jeremy Butcher was, and I think that's his name, Jeremy Butcher.
Okay, well, Tyler Butcher is mentioned here.
I know, but I think it's the same person. It's not.
It's not brothers.
They're
Well, anyway,
brothers.
so Tyler Butcher is implicated in this that had to do with the theft of a lift chair. And it's a felony case, and back in September. So I don't know what's caused the delay in getting this person rounded up. I think it deserves a cash assurance.
Ma'am, please don't speak for the moment.
We'd ask for a $5,000 cash assurance.
Is there a cash or surety bond you could meet? Is there an amount of money that you could have somebody post for you, you think? What I'm gonna do at this time is, if you set a bond that you feel is appropriate, I may contact her and make certain arrangements and then ask to have the matter recalled, but for the moment. And ask to have the jailer keep her aside so I can call immediately.
Why don't we do that? Why don't we, you and Mr. Hill approach the bench? All right, Ms. Rowe, I'm going to let your lawyer call down and talk to you, and then after he does so, we'll run on teleconference and we'll decide how we're going to proceed with your bond and so forth.
And Your Honor, I'd like to ask again that the jailer, I don't know if the jailer is listening, but if one's listening, please hold her out. I'm going to step out and call immediately. Okay, thank you.
State of Ohio versus Cody Perkey, case number CRB 23319.
Sir, are you Cody Perkey?
Sir.
I'm Judge Capper at the Lawrence County Municipal Court, where your arraignment hearing is being conducted by teleconference. Your image and what you say is all being recorded. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to make statements. If you choose to make statements, it's all going down. It could be on the record, and it could be used against you if you admit something. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one, to have bail, to make the state prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those rights?
Yes, sir.
The charge filed against you, which was faxed to the jail this morning at 9:40 a.m., so it looks like you've got it in your hand. It alleges that at Perry Township, May 20th of this year, you knowingly caused or tried to cause physical harm to Sean Metzler. That's an assault charge. It's a first-degree misdemeanor. Maximum penalty, 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. Do you understand this charge?
Yes, sir.
And you understand your rights? How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Do you want a lawyer appointed?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a job?
Nope.
You have no income?
No, sir, it's over with. I've been in jail for 5 days, I ain't got no job.
I'll appoint Mr. Scott to represent you. You still living in South Point?
Yeah, yes, sir. I'm 12. Sharon Court.
112 Sharon Court?
Yes, sir.
Any problem for you to stay away from Sean Metzler?
Not at all. I'm actually kind of confused on what's going on for real.
Okay, well, I'm going to urge you not go around Sean, contact him, anything like that while this case is pending. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm entering a not guilty plea for you. Does the state want anything other than an OR bond?
Well, Your Honor, actually, Mr. Perky, I believe, is being held on an APA holder, so.
Okay.
Yeah, but if my APA, if I get my bond on this and that happens, the APA might get listed.
We'd ask for OR bond on this matter, Your Honor, and let APA decide.
I'll set a $1,000 signature bond. So if you can get them to lift your holder, then you'll get out, but you are also ordered to stay away from Sean Metzler. That means no contact, no messaging, no social media.
Yes, sir.
And then when would you like to come back for a pretrial?
To be honest,
Well, I'm asking your lawyer.
let's go ahead and get that
The 12th of June, is that available?
I've been in jury trial, Judge.
Okay.
I can do the
9th? 9th or 16th?
I'm going to DVC CPO on the 9th, on the 16th. I'm in a contempt hearing in Sauter County.
20th?
I'm in Common Police here in Lawrence.
23rd?
That's a winner.
June 23rd, Mr. Perky, June 23rd is going to be your next hearing
Yes, sir.
at 10 a.m. You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right, we're going to go back to pre-trials here, and then we'll recall some of the ones that were talking to the lawyers talking to their client at the jail. When that's completed, we'll recall them.
State of Ohio versus Christy D. Booth, case number CRB 73315. Christy Booth. Christy Booth.
Christy Booth is Mr. Scott's case set as a pre-trial.
What's going on with the addiction?
All right, we need Mr.
How do you know appointment? How do you know appointment? Just stay on the dot. Just stay on the dot. But anyway, working everything. Good.
Well, here's the thing, I'm not going to mitigate who belongs to the question. If she committed a crime, we should have a trial about it, or should we be current charge? May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Sure.
Also, this is
This is.
There's a lot of different options that, fortunately, it seems like the error is an option. So there's some more medically based, like Valley Health, some of those that are All right, it's my understanding from both council that there's an agreement that there's going to be some counseling done here, and it's going to involve the defendant and other members of the family, which I think is a great idea. I wholeheartedly support that. It's going to be an issue of finding an appropriate provider, because it's my understanding you have some health insurance. Does that cover everybody? Just you?
Emma has insurance now. Emma has care source.
Okay. Well, finding one that will take everybody, that may be
Marshall does.
Well, we need to talk.
Marshall Health?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any legitimate organization I'll accept. There's several out there.
And Crossroads.
So there, right now is a protection order, but is it agreeable to modify it to allow there to be contact about the counseling?
Well, I want to make sure that everyone's on board, even though I have spoken already with them. And can you all stand up, please? You're both willing to go to some counseling also? Sure. And there's a protection order in place that would keep you from being able to be near her. Are you willing to modify that so you can go to the counseling? Do you still need the protection order? You can still keep the protection order otherwise, or we could ask to dismiss it. It'd be up to you. Okay. So the young lady's willing to modify the protection order to allow for them to be together for purposes of counseling. And
well, I think it'll have to be modified too, to let there be, so they're going to have to coordinate somewhat to talk about where they're going to go. You're going to have to find, they have different sources for payment for the treatment, and that's going to make it a little complicated. Then you're going to have to find a provider that will accept everybody's form of treatment, right? So there's going to have to be some coordination to do that.
I could communicate with her as well.
Okay.
right, you're not on the
protection.
Okay, so he's not on the protection order, so that helps a great deal.
All right, so then it'll only need to be modified to allow attendance at counseling because the protection order is for the young lady.
Okay, so they've got ways to communicate.
All right, so should we go out about approximately a month or what? And if there's a problem that comes up, we can bring it back into court sooner, but we're going to need some time for you to go get assessed, start some counseling, and then we get some feedback and we come back from that counseling for the next hearing. Is that agreeable?
Works for me, Judge.
Mr. Hill? Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll need a time waiver.
Okay, so I'm thinking maybe June 30th. Is that a date that works? That's a Friday.
I can do a schedule change.
It's a Friday.
I can do a schedule change.
If it's going to be Mondays or Fridays, typically, if Monday's better, I can put it on a Monday.
Monday would be better.
Okay. Well, let's do June 26th then. That's a Monday. Is that agreeable?
Works for me,
with you, Mr.
Judge.
Scott? Okay. All right, next hearing is going to be June 26th, pre-trial, and expect to get a report about the counseling that's going on then. Any questions?
We'd like to have an update from from you all, or Mr. Scott, about where they are actually going to counsel. So we have that and know that they're actually starting on that.
They can absolutely submit that as information to the court.
You can just file that with the court so we'll know.
Absolutely.
Where, and it would be, some providers are more responsive about providing reports. If the place you go says they need some kind of waiver or whatever, then we need to know that. You can sign a waiver from the court to get, because I need to have some input to show that you really are doing the counseling and that it's going to benefit. Okay. Anything else? All right, June 26th will be the next hearing.
Okay.
So I'm going to need can you draft an order modifying the protection order?
Absolutely.
Please? Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
What's the date of the next hearing, Your Honor?
June 26th.
State of Ohio recalls Brittany Rowe at the Lawrence County Jail, case number CRA 22659.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, this is Mr. Steyer's case, Brittany Rowe.
Your Honor,
She's not hooked up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right.
Spoke to Ms. Rowe and took a look at the file, and there's no indication she was ever served with this matter. She wasn't arrested on it, so I don't think there was any reason she would have known to have been here. So I'm going to ask for an OR bond and to set this matter for a date. Now, we are willing to waive the 15-day, if she's given an OR bond, we're willing to waive the 15-day requirement to pick a date that's convenient to the court.
Mr. Hill.
And we do understand that this is not a matter of Ms. Rowe avoiding coming to court. She hadn't been served, I don't guess. We do have some concerns that there may be substance abuse issues, but at this point in time, we don't have anything else to go on. Although when she comes back to court, we will want to address that matter. So we don't oppose an OR bond.
All right, I'll set OR bond at $2,000 and June 12th.
That day still works, Your Honor.
June 12th will be the hearing, and there's a waiver of time for then.
Yes, there is.
That'll be for preliminary hearing, June 12th. You have to be in court in Chesapeake, June 12th. That's right. Okay, I'll ask the jailer, is there anyone else that we haven't dealt with at the jail for this court that we need to bring up?
Free travel.
Our jail list says that we have Brandon Porter through your court with Roger Smith as the attorney.
He's acting municipal. I think he's acting municipal. That's what they're telling me. He's supposed to be acting municipal.
All right, thank you.
So I think we're finished. Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Thomas Wisman, case number CRB 22810.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Yes.
Mr. Wisman.
All right, and this is set for a pretrial today.
It is, Judge. There's been some discovery and some truth that we've been waiting on. I think this may be the fourth appearance. Mr. Wisman's a truck driver who's been missing work. Evidence has been produced for this. It's critical. We would ask the case to be dismissed.
Mr. Hill.
Well, Your Honor, we have provided what we just got a hold of this morning, and it's been passed on to Mr. McDonald and also the attorney of record on this, which is his law associate, Mr. Weiscup. So we feel it's well within the time frame that we would have to comply with discovery. And it's video directly relating to the allegations. So we feel like we've provided that at this point.
All right, Mr. McDonald.
Well, I would just say that this is not provided this morning. We haven't seen it, so we don't know what's on. This gentleman's missed a lot of work. And,
Well, that's not really my concern.
okay.
Is it available to be seen today? I mean, can you look at it at a laptop or something?
Already emailed it to his phone. Hopefully it'll play on his phone, but we had a little computer problem that arose this week at the prosecutor's office, and there were some things that didn't quite get done like we would be accustomed to doing, and that was one of them, not following up, being able to follow up on that. But I talked to the alleged victim personally this morning, and she sent me those. She says that she sent them to a sheriff's deputy some time ago, but they weren't able, apparently, to locate that. There's video and a picture. So we do have those now, and we've passed them on.
All right, do you want to try to review those today and then talk to the prosecutor and pre-try this later?
That's what, Mr. Weiscup indicated.
That way he doesn't miss any more work.
Yeah, Mr. Weiscup indicated he'd be available on June 16th or 23rd, if that's okay with Mr. Hugh.
Okay, so you'd rather come back on one of those dates?
Well, we don't have a problem with that.
All right, let me look at the court schedule. Either one's fine, so no preference between those two?
No, sir.
Let's do the 23rd then. June 23rd will be the next hearing for a pretrial at 10 o'clock.
All right, sir.
Thank
That's
you.
all I have. Any excuses?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. Good to see you.
State of Ohio versus Garrett Johnson, case number TRC 23-386 A and B.
Jason Donnell. I have an entry of an appearance by Jason Donnell of Lancaster. It's not Lancaster, it's Lancaster, Ohio.
He's been here on that case, I believe.
It's on the computer for June 26th.
Oh, okay. Yes. There actually should be, I think there's a mistake today by a month. It's supposed to be on the docket for June 26th, so I'll reschedule for then, June 26th, 10 o'clock for pretrial.
State of Ohio versus Christopher Blake, case number TRD 23-440 A, B, and C, TRC 18-357.
This is Mr. Smith's case, Roger Smith. Set for a pretrial.
Who's driving in an OBI suspension? Unless the suspension is over. Let's find out when the suspension is.
Judge, we spoke about this, we're still not sure when the suspension is, we're looking at that. If we could come back in a couple of weeks, Mr. Hill and I can talk some more, I think it'll be resolved.
If it was in 2018,
Yeah,
it's probably over by now.
that's my position.
Well, one thing that I will take note of, he didn't finish what he was ordered to do from that 2018 OBI. So the court's going to take that into consideration.
Hopefully if we come out
It'd be nice if he took some
couple
action
weeks.
to get that resolved, especially in light of the fact that you got that, and then the allegation is he's driving 86 miles an hour
Yeah.
after getting an OBI that he didn't complete what he was ordered to do. Not a good look.
And Judge, I've explained that, if we come back in a couple of weeks, he will have everything done, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
I'm here June 12th.
June 12th?
Yeah, I'm here that day, Judge.
June 12th will be the next hearing.
And then before you leave, let's see Josh, see if we can use service or funds. June 12th, 10 o'clock. So we'll do a bit of probation, is exactly what you want. Okay. See that?
State of Ohio versus Terry Krantz, case number TRC 23-311.
Mr. Smith's case set for pretrial.
It is, Judge. Judge, I spoke with Mr. Hill this morning, and it is a test result that would require mandatory jail. He is suggesting, I spoke with my client, that she have an assessment done, get some treatment based upon the high score that's alleged, and come back, and hopefully we can take that into consideration once she's had an assessment, see how she does. And she does have Ohio Medicaid.
Okay.
So we'd have a plea today?
Who was with?
Yeah, she's going to do the treatment.
And I'm okay with this, Mr. Hill suggests she go ahead and enter a plea today and just make it a sentencing when we come back to see that she's done her treatment.
So what plea does she wish to enter?
Guilty plea, Judge.
Is that correct, Ms. Grant?
Yes.
Okay, so what,
Back for sentence.
Okay. We're not getting a permit to come to physical therapy.
she has an Ohio Medicaid card?
She does. And she goes to physical therapy. She's asked if she'd be considered for a work medical permit.
3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays.
She's had rotator cuff surgery.
Okay, driving, she has proof of insurance, it looks like. And it's been more than 15 days. I mean, if you want to draft an entry.
If you don't mind, I will do that. Present to Mr. Hill.
2 doctor's appointments and,
I'll get you a permit. Don't believe I'll get you that permit.
okay, so.
Okay, let me explain to you, Ms. Krantz, because I want to make sure you understand. Your lawyer's saying that you want to admit that you were driving while you were impaired, but he wants a chance for you to go get some treatment to show me that you're serious about addressing any substance use issue that you have, so that it doesn't happen anymore. Okay, that's what I want to be convinced of. Now, the legislature tells me that with your test score, I have to put you in jail, even on a first offense. So, now there's some discretion as to how much time in jail, but to get the most lenient sentence, you need to really go some and convince me that you've really taken this seriously. Okay?
Yes,
And that I'm not going to see you back, that I'm not going to see headlines in the newspaper, Judge Capper let this lady out and she goes out and kills somebody in a car wreck while she's drunk. That'd be pretty bad.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
So, ball's in your court to convince me. You understand? I want, you gotta overwhelmingly come in here with good evidence that you've addressed this issue and it's not gonna happen anymore. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, we'll see that.
So now we gotta figure out have you had any, well, you probably haven't had any counselors before.
She is not.
Do you live in South Point?
In Burlington, yeah, South Point.
Okay. How about Riverside would be here in Chesapeake? So once you talk with them, she I don't know what her history is other than she's got a OVI pending from March with a very high test score, 185. So you all assess her and decide what kind of treatment she needs. And then what you're going to do is come back periodically and I'm going to see if you're doing your treatment and what you're supposed to. And then at some point I'm going to sentence you based on what evidence you present that you really addressed this. So let's come back in maybe a little more than a month.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to go into July.
That would be better for me if we could.
How about the 3rd?
That'll work, Judge, yes.
It's a Monday, the 3rd. July 3rd for sentencing. 10 o'clock. The representative from Riverside is sitting right by the door as you go out. He'll go out in the lobby and probably get something set up. Okay.
Thanks, sir.
See you July 3rd, 10 a.m.
State of Ohio versus Gregory McNeely, case number CRB 2033.
This is Mr. Smith's case, pre-trial. Mr. McNeely's at Riverside, or he has been.
He has been, yes.
Yeah. Okay, it's a very good report. Good job. How's the state want to proceed?
Your Honor, we have not had contact with the alleged victim in some time. So under the circumstances, we are very encouraged by Mr. McNeely's progress in treatment. I think he's taken it very seriously. I think at this time, it's probably appropriate that we would nollie the charge with the intention of not bringing it back at all unless, for some really good reason, our victim came forward and said, you know, sorry, I changed my number, but I'm still having problems with him. And we may have to refile it, but we don't intend to.
I understand you. There will be no further issues. I've spoken with my client. That will not be an issue.
All right, based on that, I'll allow the nollie, state as nolling, which means it's dismissed with the right to refile, but as long as things continue the way they are, it'll never be refiled. So, good luck to you, sir, and probably, I would say continue with your counseling on a basis as needed.
I got no problem with that. He's going to do it, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Allison Snyder, case number CRB 23231.
This is Mr. Smith's case.
I spoke with Mr. Hill. We had put a note that this was to be dismissed today if there was no further incidents. Children's Services have gotten involved, and we talked about dismissals if nothing else happened. To my knowledge, nothing else has transpired.
Mr. Hill.
And that was our remembrance also that would be dismissed upon the payment of court costs.
Is that something she can do today?
Yes. What is the cost?
$135.
Yeah, I can do it today.
All right, see the clerk would be dismissed on payment of costs.
Okay. Thank you.
That's to the right as you leave the courtroom.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio recalls Darrell Bowen, case number CRA 23318.
Okay, this is on the issue of bond. Mr. Scott's going to have a chance to talk. Mr. Bowen, how do you want to proceed?
We spoke with the prosecution. I believe we agreed on an OR bond.
Your Honor, Mr. Bowen presented his lawyer some pictures, I guess, of the progress he's already made in cleaning things up. But looks like there's still some things to do, but we're encouraged by that progress, and hopefully it stays that way, and he needs to cut the grass too. But we're okay with no OR bond today, and if he continues to make complete the cleanup and not start a new situation, we'll look at reducing it to a misdemeanor charge at a later date.
Okay, come back, so there's a time waiver, come back, say July 3rd.
July 3rd.
That's a good date for you.
Let me check, Judge. That works for me.
All right. Defendant waives time till July 3rd, be another, will be a preliminary hearing then, but it's kind of like a review to see if there's progress in the cleanup. He can sign an OR bond of $2,000.
State of Ohio versus James L. Early, case number CRB 23268.
Mr. Tyler Smith, please.
James Early.
Set for trial.
Now check in.
Your Honor, the last time we were here, Mr. Early was released from jail on and went to Indiana for a warrant. I have not heard from him since, so I don't know if he's still in Indiana or if they released him for whatever obligation he had there, so I don't know how the state wants to proceed.
Well, he was a Lawrence County resident, at least his address said so last time, so on the off chance that he comes back to Ohio after leaving Indiana, we've asked for a warrant to issue for his arrest, and maybe Mr. Smith can let him know to show up.
Yeah, hopefully I can figure out where he is and maybe get him in.
He's got 7 days to appear before a warrant will issue.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Sean DeWeese, case number CRB 22637 A and B.
It's Mr. Morford's case.
Once a week, she's on vacation this week. She's on vacation this week. She'll be in next week. Maybe we get that one done. She's good.
How's the state want to proceed?
Your Honor, the report from Pathways looks like it's positive that he's following their program, and that's encouraging. We want him to continue to do that. And so we'd ask to come back in the not-too-distant future. We're willing to look at a dismissal of the charges upon the payment of court costs as long as things continue moving in that direction.
Mr. Morford?
We would concur with that, Your Honor. Ask you to agree.
And Mr. DeWeese, are you living in Kentucky or Ohio now?
I'm back and forth a little bit. I've been over here for the last few weeks.
I thought you told me previously that you were moving to Ohio.
Yeah, I am. I still am. I've been over for the last 3 weeks.
Okay. But you can stay at Pathways? You have a Kentucky medical permit?
Miss Harper, Morgan Harper, the one that had me before this, she went plumb out of the office or something, so they give me this counselor right here, and she's a real good one.
So you want to stay
Yeah, I'll stay right here.
June 30th?
I believe that's good, Judge. Give me just 1 second. I'm here.
June 30th for pretrial, 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Daniel P. S.Q., case number CRB 23252.
Mr. Morford's case, pretrial.
That's it. Here's Mr. Rucker, 30 days, suspend 27, court costs, fines, and probation. Okay. All right.
I don't know if I can do the 3 days, but I can try. I'm on blood pressure, blood pills,
I'll give you a minute.
Well, I got the old lady has to carry nitro line with me every time I go anywhere. I know you know the old lady. You got her before. Well, now I got a bad, what do you call it, valve in my heart. Yeah, I don't, bad blood on my heart. I don't want to have it done nothing.
So you want to go ahead and do this? Yeah. We tried to do it.
Trying to try. Even though I didn't beat my damn dog.
That's not what that is. Not beating them once.
How you been? Please, you let me out on sometimes we can be down Sickern Hill, get shots in my back.
Oh, okay.
Or they done surgery on my back. The 27th this month. I got all that back problems. Yeah, look here.
No, we're not looking
I
at
know.
surgical
I'm just
scars
saying.
here. No.
It hurts like a bitch.
Judge, I believe we're going to have a change of plea in consideration of the recommendation for sentencing that the state's going to make. We're going to enter a plea of guilty.
All right. Is that correct, Mr. Rescue? You wish to change your plea to guilty?
Yeah.
All right, let's hear what the state has to say as far as the recommendation.
Your Honor, the state is troubled by the way that this dog was found. When all dog lovers, so I fight to not want to put personal vengeance into this. And I hope that I haven't in this case, but our recommendation is 30 days in jail, suspended to serving actual 3 days in jail. Give up the dog if the dog is still, it was in some pretty bad shape when it was taken in by the... So we want the dog forfeited. He's at the animal shelter, we believe. A period of probation of 2 years and the fine. And we would like an order also that Mr. Askew not own any other dogs.
Can you live with that?
Well, my wife has dogs as well.
His wife has a dog, apparently.
Yeah. They're,
Same household?
yeah.
No more dogs than the ones they have already. That would be our request.
Can you live with that?
Yeah, I guess.
He's all right with that, Judge.
And when's he going to serve his 3 days?
He will let you report on Monday or Friday here at 11.
Yeah. I could try to start on a Friday, do it.
Next Friday?
Yeah, I guess that.
And you have a right to make a statement if you want to, Mr. Eskew. Is there anything you want to tell him?
No, every time I open my mouth, I get my foot in. In 16.
I have a statement.
Ma'am, who are you?
I am Grace Eskew. I'm his wife.
It's okay, honey, just leave it alone.
Okay, ma'am, you're out of order, then you need to sit down.
Yeah, I told her.
Oh, I live in the house and I have dogs.
Ma'am, I told you to sit down.
Sit down.
You're not a defendant, you're not a victim, so you don't get to say anything.
Thank you.
I'm not giving up my dogs.
I think she believes that I'm requesting that all the dogs be, our
No
position-
new dogs is the way I understand
No
it.
new dogs.
Huh?
No new dogs.
Well, what it is I have a paper.
Okay.
He said no new dogs.
No new dogs.
Right.
Okay.
That's fine.
You don't get any dogs. I'll do that.
All right, I'll impose a $200 fine, order the cost be paid. Was it 30 days suspended?
Yes, Your Honor, that's our request.
30 days suspended, well, 27 suspended, 3 to be served. He's to report on next Friday, which is the 2nd of June,
Okay.
by 11 a.m.
All right.
You're to come here to the court.
All right.
Ordered not to obtain any new dogs in the household.
Yes, sir.
And if you got dogs there, you need to care for them.
I do.
2 years of level 5 probation, so it's non-reporting probation. You will have a review hearing on September the 5th, September 5th of 23 of this year.
September 5.
September 5th. He just has to pay his fines by then. And court costs. Be back here on next Friday at 11 o'clock.
All right. Can you write down how much my fine and everything is?
Work Friday, 6/2 at 11 here.
All right. How much is my
And you'll
fine?
need to see Mr. Major in the probation office.
Okay.
At 9 o'clock for review.
Who's that see about paying my fine?
Thank you, Judge.
State of Ohio versus James Helton, case number CRB 23111.
This is Mr. Morford's case set for pretrial.
Judge, I believe we're going to have a change of plea. I think this is our first offense, shoplifting at Walmart. He was in a plea of guilty.
Is that correct, Mr. Helton?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What I'm going to do before I sentence you is I want you to do a urine screen so I can see if we've got substance use issues. So go to the probation office, which is to the left side of the building, and they'll set you up for a urine screen. Then you'll come back after I get those results and I'll sentence you.
Okay.
Okay. Go see Mr. Major.
State of Ohio versus Adrian Waldron Bishop, case number CRB 23174, A and B. Adrian Waldron Bishop, did not check.
All right, this is Mr. Morford's case. Is she supposed to be a recovery resource?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have a report?
I do.
Okay, you can approach.
Thank you.
Any idea why she's not here today?
I do not know, sir.
Judge, my office has had a couple of contacts with her. And she's called the court here today. Yesterday, she called the office and asked to get it continued because she didn't have a ride here. It was after 4 o'clock and told her that there was no way that we could do that. We did offer the opportunity to try to appear by Blue Jeans.
I say she has an address on the complaint at South Point, is that right?
She is as I understand it, she's at City Mission right now, Your Honor.
No, okay.
Today.
In Ironton or Huntington?
That I don't know.
In Huntington, sir.
Huntington, okay.
And today, when she called the court, Your Honor, she told Vivian that she was at work and couldn't make it here today.
Okay, well, that's unacceptable. So she's got 7 days to get in here, she's gonna have a warrant issue, so.
That's what we've already told her on the telephone today, Judge.
All
Thank
right.
you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Christopher J. Blevins, case number CRB 2286, CRB 19439 A and B, TRC 21595 A and B, CRA 21162, CRB 21165, CRB 2312, CRB 171164.
He's on the assessment outpatient with us. Riverside Recovery Tuesday.
I thought you were inpatient.
7 days in detox. 7-day detox.
Is Mr. Dement here still?
I seen him out there.
Is he at OVP or where is he now? Because he went to OVP for a while, and I had a text from them that he reported there, right?
What? No, Your Honor, he went to detox.
Yeah, I completed.
At OVP or where?
OVP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is he at Riverside now?
He's gonna be at Riverside outpatient.
He
Tuesday.
needs to be inpatient. Okay, he's back in the jail. I want him in the holding cell. Somebody grab him and throw him in the holding cell. He is very non-compliant. Right here, this guy. Christopher Blevins. He is a problem. Yeah, him. You have not got it through your head. You need inpatient. I don't care what you say. It's going to be inpatient or jail. So you go back there and think about it.
State of Ohio versus Jennifer Collins, case number CRB 24, A and B, that's closed. PRC 194073.
Your Honor, this was set for a pretrial. It's actually a sentencing.
She has a bond up.
Yeah, that's the reason. She's, I don't know, she has fines, cost, and community service.
I'm done with community service.
So apparently she's done.
Okay, I don't know if that's true or not.
What did you do the rest of your community service?
This week, I talked to him this morning.
She did do the 3 days school.
Yeah.
Can you show me if there's been any reports of community service on the case? I don't have it in the file if there was.
What day did you do it?
I did it all this past week. I turned it in this morning.
Past week?
He said he put it on the computer.
She did this.
Work May 25th, May 23rd, May 18th. The file just hadn't been updated. So. There's some more back before that. I think I saw some before. Keep on. Yeah, I think there's one. December 22nd and December the 8th. Okay, she has done her community service.
Okay.
Okay, that's better.
And she could pay $20 on fines and costs today.
All right. See the clerk and make your payment. And I'll set another sentencing hearing for you for June 30th.
June 30th.
Give you another month.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Brian Kitts, case number TRC 222478, A, B, and C.
Mr. Steyer's case.
Your Honor, spoken to Mr. Heald regarding this case. There are potentially some issues we need to explore further. So I'm going to ask for a continuance. We would waive time to accomplish that. Date convenient to the court. June 12th still works for me if I haven't loaded it up too much for you today already.
Let's see what we got.
Following following the 12th, I'm available the 16th and the 30th. 30th is better than the 16th following the 12th.
Okay. June 12th. Pre-trial, 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Keegan Campbell, case numbers CRB 23-309 A and B, CRA 23-310, CRA 23-308.
No.
This is Mr. Steyer's case. This is set for preliminary hearing and pre-trial.
Your Honor, the alleged victim on the misdemeanor is here. I believe she wanted to speak to the state regarding the protective order.
Okay. If that person's here, please come out and talk to the prosecutor.
They're speaking right now, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, I didn't see her.
Mr. Field has cleverly blocked your view.
He has. Go ahead.
Your Honor, on the domestic violence charge, Ms. Campbell is here. She's Keegan Campbell's mother, and apparently he lives with her, and she has requested that there be no protection order. She actually wants the charge dropped, but I told her we would not be willing to do that today, but what we would be looking for going forward is, make sure that we didn't have any other problems. Now, we also have a charge which is quite serious involving a police officer, and because Mr. Campbell bonded out, it was our intention that we would either nolly the case to the grand jury or he could waive to the grand jury. I would at this point, however, ask if that matter could be called back up again a little bit. I would like to try to talk to the arresting officer who was the injured party to see what we should do at this point.
Hey, Your Honor, due to some sort of side issues is what this issue is, I'm just going to go ahead and say now that, and let Mr. Hill know that should he not be able to get a hold of the arresting officer today, we are willing to waive time constraints to keep the matter here, at least temporarily, not recognizing this isn't a promise that this is where it's going to stay for the long term, but that if we're not able to get this dealt with today, we still have another chance to deal with it here before we make the final decision to go on. But we can also get it recalled later in this docket. But I would like to ask that we address the issue with the protective order now. Ms. Campbell has been contacting me. I've talked to her a little bit about the case, but I think it would be helpful for the three of us to be able to speak together. And obviously, I can't allow Mr. Campbell to do that while the protective order is in place.
Any objection to the protection order being dropped?
No, Your Honor.
And it is, ma'am, what you want.
Absolutely.
All right, at her request, I'll drop the protection order that was issued requiring Mr. Campbell to stay away from her. So then I'll recall this. I'll let the prosecutor try to get a hold of the arresting officer and see what his position is, and then we'll decide how we're going to proceed after that.
Thank you.
This case will be recalled.
Okay. You guys just want to wait in the lobby for me. We're not going to talk for 20 minutes, and you can use your
State of Ohio versus Hannah Settles, Case number TRC 23430. Hannah Settle. She did not check in.
Your Honor, you and Mr. Hill and I discussed this case yesterday. There are some discovery issues ongoing on this matter, and so it was agreed that I could continue the case today without Miss Suttle's appearance. So to that end, I'm preparing an entry, but I was going to leave the date of the entry blank to discuss a proper day with the court.
Okay, and you have that entry or?
Well, we don't have a date filled in yet.
Okay. The 12th?
That'd be fine, Your Honor.
June 12th will be the next hearing date at the defendant's request. Pre-trial 10 o'clock.
State of Ohio versus Cameron and Weaver, case number CRB 23284.
It's Mr. Steyer's case.
Unless you want to take that off. Okay. Your Honor, an offer's been made. There's some paperwork that I was hoping to get from the defendant that isn't here today. So I'm going to ask to continue this matter, and we would waive time constraints to accomplish that.
From who that's not here today? Okay.
I will.
June 12th or after?
June 12th should be fine, Your Honor. We'll either have this figured out at that time or not.
June 12th will be the next hearing, 10 o'clock.
Write that down. June 12th.
State of Ohio versus Dale M. Thompson, case number CRB 23237. Take your hat off, please, sir.
Yeah, sorry about that. Set for pre-trial today. And I take it you don't have a lawyer, Mr. Thompson?
No, sir, I don't.
All right,
Represent
so I guess
myself.
it'd be appropriate for the state to say what they want for Mr. Thompson to consider, if he wants to accept that or do something else.
Make
Your Honor,
On that Settles case.
yeah, Dale Thompson.
You put a case
23,
put 23 TRC dash.
Your Honor, I apologize to the court and Mr. Thompson. I don't have the file in front of me.
Okay, we'll let you we'll recall it, Mr. Thompson, let the prosecutor get their file. It's 23-237 case number. Just have a seat, sir, and we'll recall it once they get their file.
We'll call it right back.
State of Ohio recalls James Helton, case number CRB 23111.
Have you seen the results, Mr. Morgan?
I had not.
What?
Your Honor, can I say that I also, I've already entered counseling treatment and I've been going there to a Suboxone treatment and recently got into. Yeah, my girlfriend got into a Suboxone treatment 2 weeks ago, so we're just trying to get off of ourselves. But I do counseling weekly and business.
Thank you.
And there we've been doing weekly counseling and weekly treatment.
Okay. You said that you're currently in treatment?
Yeah, we just recently got in, but I'm doing weekly counseling and weekly drug test.
Where's that?
at Mountain State Recovery.
I don't know anything about that.
It's, I could bring you the
And
documents or
you
whatever.
live in Ironton still?
No, I live in South Point.
Okay. You have an Ohio medical card?
Yeah.
You ever, well, other than this Mountain State, where's that located?
In Huntington.
Are they giving you Suboxone?
Yes. Yeah, and we do weekly counseling and weekly drug tests there.
Well, it's not working.
Well, I just now got in. I mean,
And it's not an agency that I recognize or work with, so we're gonna have to change this. Have you ever been to treatment other than at Mountain State?
yeah, I went to recoveries one time. I mean,
Where was that?
or right here off 52, that one,
Riverside Recovery?
yeah, Riverside.
How long ago was that?
It's been quite a few years ago.
Okay, well, you say you live in South Point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which that would be closer, so I wouldn't
That would
mind
be
to check into it.
Easiest for you to get to would be Riverside, because they're
Yeah.
here in Chesapeake. They've moved, they used to be right there in South Point, but they're out here in Chesapeake now.
Right by that Mexican restaurant there?
No, they're not there anymore.
Oh.
He's not that old. No, they're right down the street here, not too far from the court.
Okay.
Can you get here?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, there's a representative from Riverside here. I want you to talk to them, get something set up. Show the representative this drug screen so he'll know what they're dealing with. And then I'm going to go ahead and sentence you, but I'm going to make that part of your sentence. Is this somebody that QRT was going to?
I'm not familiar with them.
I'm sorry, what's the name?
James Helton. It's a shoplifting from Walmart, but he kind of blew up the screen.
Okay.
I'm happy to meet with them.
Yeah, we'd be fine talking with him.
Okay. Well, why don't we include you in on the conversation? It looks like I'm going to refer him to Riverside. But he's pled guilty, so let's come back. I'll sentence him after he's talked to QRT and Riverside, and we'll decide how we're going to proceed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go talk to these folks and then come back. You want to show her the screen too.
State of Ohio recalls Dale M. Thompson, case number CRB 23237.
All right, now, Mr. Thompson, I think the prosecutor's ready to go forward.
Okay.
So, Dale Thompson.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. And this is a case of dogs running at large. So what we would want from, and all I know so far is what's in this report, and of course there's always more to the story. If it is possible for Mr. Thompson to make sure that the dog, I don't know how many dogs there are, but it's plural, first thing we want to do is make sure the dogs aren't interfering with any other neighbors.
No, they're not.
There's a neighbor that alleges that
What's the neighbor?
Ms. Spears.
She got about, how many dogs there were? She got about 12 dogs. This girl, 2 of them just got ran over in the street. And I told her the other day, please get your dogs out of the street because they're going to get ran over again. Plus, she has one of my pups. It's just getting right. She's just being rude, I guess.
There's an allegation that one of the dogs bit her.
No.
I guess that it might be a situation where we need to just set it for a trial, and it would probably be fairly soon.
No, my dog's ain't vicious, and no dog has bitten no one. She knows better than that.
All right, so Mr. Thompson, I think...
Yes, sir.
we talked about this when you were here the first time. and
Yes,
I can't
sir.
appoint a lawyer for you because I think you have too much income coming in, right?
Not enough.
Well, nobody has enough, but it's more than what I can appoint. I think it was over $3,000 a month, wasn't it?
Something like that.
Yeah, so I can't appoint a
Yeah,
lawyer
that
for
goes
you.
on what, though?
You're welcome to have a lawyer.
Yeah.
The state just wants to set it for trial, so I think that's what we need to do.
That's what you want to do.
So, he got a rain May 15th, so we probably need to do this.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I apologize, but may I speak with Mr. Thompson perhaps, if this matter is going to be set for trial?
Sure.
All right.
You want to, I'll recall it.
Thank
Go
you, Your
talk
Honor.
with him. You want the file, court's file?
Please, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll recall it after you had a chance to talk with him.
State of Ohio versus Jan Best, case number TRC 22-1743, A, B, C, and D. Your Honor, you have your case.
All right, Jan Bass was to report for a jail sentence today. She has done that, and it's 5 days. She has 5 days to do so. Her next hearing is August the 18th for review.
State of Ohio versus Dylan Hyden, case number CRA 22473, TRC 222026, A and B. Dylan Hyden. There's not a check.
And Your Honor, he has not been seen. I have. His last appointment was February the 13th. At that time, he was compliant with all of his requirements and his screens were compliant as well. He hasn't been seen since then, but he has scheduled 3 different assessments to be readmitted to the OVP in Proctorville, but has no show for all of them. Yes.
Okay. Well, how's the state want to proceed? I've already sentenced him on a first offense OVI. He had a companion felony possession charge, I believe, that was still pending. And he hasn't done what he was supposed to do on that.
And he's not here.
And he's not here. And he's not in treatment.
Well, I guess the question comes down to whether we believe that the case can still be dealt with in this court or whether it needs to go to the grand jury. He has a sentencing still pending on an OVI. He could get up to 6 months in jail on that in this court.
He's already been sentenced.
Oh,
He was sentenced February 3rd on that, and it looks like it was pretty much a standard OVI sentence with a 20-day jail sentence suspended on a condition he do certain things. And OVP was one of the things he was supposed to do, which he was ordered to complete it. He has not done that.
Well, we would ask for a warrant to issue from this court.
Okay. Be a warrant from this court and issued for failure here.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank
You're
you, Your
welcome.
Honor.
Okay, and I see Mr. Holt has appeared, and also we have, so on call, are you up to speed on that, Mr. Hill? Are you on the bond?
No.
Okay. Is Mr. Anderson going to appear also, Mr. Holt, or?
Your Honor, I should talk to Mr. Anderson. He sent a text message to you and I regarding that. We have an agreement. He said he felt comfortable with what I was going for. Any questions?
Okay, we need the, what's the guy's first name? Paul? And if we have a follow-up, especially on the docket. I'm sorry, what's his first name? Christopher Call. Okay, we got it.
State of Ohio versus Christopher Call, case number CRA 23246, A, B, and C, CRB 23249.
All right, Mr. Holt is representing Mr. Call, and this is a little bit unusual in that there was a bond set here in this court, a substantial bond, and the case was transferred to the grand jury after a preliminary hearing was bound over. And then I was approached by Mr. Holt and Mr. Anderson asking for a modification of the bond, and there was an order placed on May 24th pursuant to their agreement about modifying the bond, which was Wednesday. Now there's some loose ends on that, one of which was, well, two things. I see the clerk added at my direction on the payment of the expense for the bond. It was my understanding that the defendant was going to pay I'm sorry, not the bond, for the GPS monitoring. So is that not the case, Mr. Holt?
Your Honor, that was not the intention, and Mr. Anderson and I arranged that with adult probation and common pleas court.
But I thought there was a substantial amount of money that was found at the residence at the time this arrest took place, wasn't it? Or am I imagining that?
Well, no, Your Honor, there was $2,400 that was put on the inventory for search warrant return. There is an issue. There was allegations made by the victim about $12,500 missing. And there has been a very, very substantial amount of evidence that's come out between your court bounding that over to the grand jury prior to it being presented to the grand jury. There was some very, very significant change in the evidence that was available to the prosecutor's office. And Mr. Anderson requested that we enter a time waiver, get a bond off with the property bond so that he could have more time to investigate the matter, see if he, how the state wishes to proceed. Actually, that money was supposedly missing. The report found by the vehicle yesterday. So it's not my client's possession at all. He had no money at all where he was in the police for the jail. He had $300. That was it. He's not able to return home. He didn't get possession of that. And Ms. Nolan, or Jackie, and the prosecutor's office had prepared an amended entry that addresses the two issues that you had, who was going to pay for the actual bond. And actually agreed that the defendant in this call would be on the would be able to actually go to doctor's appointment where he can point us to work with the
All right, Mr. Hill, do you have any?
I've received word from Mr. Anderson that there is this agreement, and I've got an entry that reflects, I don't know if Mr. Holt prepared this, I'm assuming.
I think the prosecutor's office prepared it, didn't it?
Yes, Jackie prosecutor's office. She had an amendment, I believe she was planning on after Mr. Anderson signed that she's going to fax it down or deliver it to the court for the judge to review.
That's fine. I don't know whether they want me to sign it. It doesn't have my name on it. They want me to sign it, so I'll sign it.
And that there are two amendments to that one. Either the last or second last provision that about the court pay, that Orange County Adult Probation is doing that, they're using one of their monitors, and the 8, and I believe provision number 2 talks about the 8A and 8B, that he would not be on home confinement, that he would be from 8 to 8.
Okay. Let me take a look at the revised order then.
Well, Your Honor, I appreciate the court considering that this is an extremely unusual set of developments, but there's been some very, very substantial things that have made our time freely now.
Okay. It says GPS monitor shall be paid for by the court. I wonder which court are we referring to? I'm going to put Lawrence County Common Police Court. I'm adding that.
That was the intention, yes, Your Honor.
All right. They've got more money.
I believe it's coming from the pool of monitors that the county provides to the jail population they have. they had a couple available.
All right, and you've seen this, and with my revision, you approve it?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, it's, the amended bond entry is approved and will be filed with the clerk, and,
And I'd ask Sarah to please, send that up to the probation so they will have that.
okay, Sarah's in the courtroom, she says she will do that, so, all right. The entry presented is approved, and the case will be going on to the Common Police Court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Have a good weekend.
You too. All right, let's do, I see we got Mr. Ashworth and Ms. Scott on teleconference. Why don't we try to get them taken care of? We got this problem.
State of Ohio versus Courtney Riggs, case number CRB 22738.
Good afternoon. Now it's 5 minutes after 12. Council.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being present. So, what can we accomplish today? This is set for a pretrial today.
The defendant appeared to the workout for initial contact with them after we entered the order. The last hearing, 14 days ago. Then there was an evaluation. They haven't gotten back to her as the last time. So I think we probably should give them another 14 days because of the Monday holiday. Give the defendant 14 more days to make this, get this evaluation completed, and then we'll determine what to do from there. 14 days, if you haven't had the evaluation by then, we'll try to.
Okay.
I talked to them multiple times today. Well, I called multiple times today, and I talked with them, and they said that the psychiatrist comes in an hour, so she'll have me scheduled in an hour.
Okay. So, we could do the 9th or the 12th, which is better for council for your schedule. Or another date if both those dates are bad.
The 9th is good for me, Your Honor. The 12th, I'm in deposition.
Scott?
Are you going to be able to do this at noon as well on Blue Jeans?
That would be fine.
I can make I can make the June 9th work.
All right, I'll set the next hearing for June the 9th, pretrial at noon by Blue Jeans.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your weekend.
You too.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Jeremy Jenkins, case numbers CRA 22-816, CRB 22-817, TRD 22-2781, A, B, and C.
Mr. Morford's case, and it looks like he's been involved with QRT.
Yes, sir. I wanted to speak on him. So I met with him and he does qualify for QRT. He has agreed and signed up. I also spoke with Mended Reeds. He did successfully graduate inpatient on May 2nd. On May 2nd. However, he has been non-compliant with Mended Reeds for outpatient services, and he has told me he has been involved with a place called Bright Heart online, and that's not something that we are in agreement with. I'm sure the court isn't either. I explained that to Mr. Jenkins, and he has agreed to go back to outpatient through Mended Reeds. He just has to contact his therapist, and he can pick up right where he left off.
Okay, Mr. Morford?
You good? We're good with that, Judge.
Okay, so I'm going to refer him to QRT, and what I'll do is maybe, I think we'll set a hearing in 6 weeks, and then if things are on the right track, then I may take it off our docket and just let the QRT handle it at that point. So that would be July 7th.
What day is that?
Friday.
Okay, yeah.
Fridays are okay for you?
Yeah, no, I have a note. It's the 6th, I'm sorry.
14th or 10th or 14th of July.
Either of those dates are good with me, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Jenkins, either one of those dates work for you? Either one? Okay, let's make it July 10th. That's a Monday. July 10th. Okay, so you guys stay in touch with QRT and do what they set up with you, plus with amended reads.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Melissa Snell, case number CRA 23224, A and B. Melissa Snell.
Melissa Snell was Mr. Morford's case. It's set as a preliminary hearing today. She's supposed to be at Riverside. Okay.
We got the same thing from my office, Judge. She called, said she's out of town, that she'll be back by Friday the 2nd. She called the court and they told her to call us to check about rescheduling.
Well, she's non-compliant with her treatment, and her last screen was positive for methamphetamine, fentanyl, norfentanyl, and THC. So, what's the state want to do? Do you want to send this on to the grand jury or keep it here? How do you want to proceed?
We would, I guess, part of it would have to do with whether Riverside, at the time when we do find her again, would be willing to take her back, or if somebody would. I don't know if they can answer that question even.
I'm sure they'd be willing to
Well, it sounds to
take
me
her
like
back.
she definitely needs inpatient
Yeah.
at this point.
And we don't have a female facility for that.
I mean, what she's testing for and her non-compliance, sounds like we tried outpatient and it didn't work.
We would ask for a warrant from this.
All right, bench warrant will issue for failure to appear and for non-compliance.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Brian Webb, case number CRA 23253, CRA 2832, TRD 2761, TRD 201555, and TRD 213514, A and B.
Okay, before we move on to Mr. Webb, would somebody like Melissa Snell, would that be somebody that QRT would be interested in? Because she's was in this court, supposed to go to treatment, did go do an assessment, and went a few times, but has not done well. She probably needs inpatient, but
She does. But yes, we're willing to meet with her.
Okay. Can you just put her on her list, try to find her? That's the first thing. I'm going to issue a warrant for her, but if you can find her and get her back in, she probably needs to go to inpatient.
Okay.
Not probably, she definitely needs to go to inpatient.
Okay.
Melissa Snell. All right, this is Mr. Morford and Mr. Smith.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I talked to Mr. Morford, since he has a lot of cases with Mr. Webb, and I have this one new case. However, Mr. Hill just advised that he was going to nolly the receiving stolen property to the grand jury. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. We are going to nolly that case to the grand jury, and of course that leaves another case that we've been here quite a while, on quite a number of occasions with Mr. Webb, with him in treatment. And I don't know what the current status of that is as far as his treatment.
He's been at Family Medical. I think the last report I had was okay, and his last screen, May 19th, was good. Maybe we can do a screen today if you want. It's just been a week. things happen in a week, but
I guess I'm pondering the idea of, you know, if we're gonna send one case to the grand jury, maybe we ought to send them both.
well, this one's a license plate, right?
Well, yeah, but it also looks like there's a vehicle involved that
Okay.
was not charged. And if it was just the license plate, I think there may be some way to try to deal with it here, but the vehicle too. I think it's best that the grand jury look at that. So the thing about it is if we nollie the possession charge, we don't want him to not be seeking treatment. And we know that, you know, that at least there's some control over that situation, some motivation for him to stay in treatment.
I'm planning on staying in treatment. I don't plan on leaving treatment.
You could nollie it later after he gets indicted on this new charge. You could just nollie the possession at that point.
Yeah. And we may, who knows what might happen down the road, but we will nollie the 23 CRA 253.
Yeah, that's knowledge to the grand jury. And then we'll just set, I mean, initially, I had previously set your case to the end of June, so let's just keep that. June 30th, Mr.
I'm here.
Wolfman, you're on that.
Yes, sir.
June 30th.
Thank you, Honor.
You are. Continue with your treatment, Mr. Webb.
State of Ohio versus Jeremy Runyon, case number CRA 23-281, CRB 23-282, CRD 23-511.
It's Attorney Tyler Smith's case. He's at Bethesda. Uh, 23-281.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, yeah. What we're talking about?
It's a very good report.
Thank you, sir. My first treatment ever, so, and I've stayed in outpatient too. I've made that choice to stay in it. And I got saved through their church and stuff. I've never had no help, and I'm taking it very serious. I don't want to live this life.
Okay.
I believe you go to One Stop as well?
Yeah, I'm at One Stop still. I stayed there.
So that's going to be a jobs program, or how's that work? Where they get you into work?
Yeah, well, it's both of it, and I'm going to do my CDCMAs through them. I'm actually a big brother in the house and everything already, and that's really what I want to do is learn to take these classes and work with people and share my story, because I've come a long way with prison and stuff, and And, you know, it's 3 years, and I did relapse, and I finally learned the tools to put in place and stuff. I never knew none of this, or I'd have did it years ago. But I guess that, you know, there's always a right time for the right person, and this was mine. And I really am grateful that y'all gave me this opportunity. I am. I'm taking it very seriously.
Okay, good.
One other thing that he did ask, and I don't know, I think it's going very well, my understanding, but he's on GPS right now. He wanted to know if that could be removed now, or how you want to proceed. I've already talked to Mr. Hill about it. Obviously, it would be up to the court to determine.
What's the state's position on it?
Well, number one, it's very encouraging to hear what Mr. Runyon is saying. It appears to be very sincere, and it is, I'm sure he agrees, about time, getting a little long in the tooth for the bad stuff.
Yes, sir.
Also, his family, and I think it's his brother, is his brother that's the alleged victim, and that's what he wants for him too, is recovery and to put all that behind him.
Yes, sir.
I don't know to what extent that the GPS monitoring has aided in his commitment to this. Maybe the knowledge that he just can't leave has helped him along the way. I don't know whether it's time to take it off yet or not, but he's only had it on for 2 weeks. So,
let's wait till the next, well, I'll look at it at the next hearing.
Okay.
yeah.
So far, so good.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's look. June 30th?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Next hearing will be June 30th for preliminary hearing, 10 o'clock.
Thank you again. Thank you again, Phil.
And I'll make a note about the ankle monitor. Sir.
State of Ohio recalls Dale Thompson, case number CRB 23237.
All right, Mr. Haslam, are you entering your appearance?
I'm entering my appearance on this one, Your Honor.
All right. How do you want to proceed?
Your Honor, my understanding is that Mr. Thompson's a 100% disabled veteran. After reviewing the case file, my understanding is that the alleged victims in this matter declined to participate. So to the extent that the state intends to pursue this matter to trial, we ask to go ahead and set the matter for trial.
Okay.
Well, I didn't know about the victim's unwillingness to participate, and I'm not contradicting Mr. Haslam, but we certainly would, I mean, look, we want to make sure that we're doing the right thing in every case. One of the things that we didn't know until just now is Mr. Thompson is a disabled veteran. So does that matter if he's guilty of having his dogs bite somebody? I don't know, but it also, I think, requires us to at least consider all the circumstances. If the things that Mr. Haslam is saying are true, then we want to know all of those things. There's a short time period on a 4th-degree misdemeanor to try a case, which means that we would need to try it immediately. Or if a person was so inclined to give us a little bit of space to find out about some of these things and agree to a time waiver, then we could find out before we rushed into something.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I understand Mr. Hill's position on time waivers. He understands my position on time waivers very clearly. The state is the one who decided to bring these charges. So if the state's unprepared to proceed, they can always dismiss.
Well, I take it from that you want it set for trial. So.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. June the 5th at noon for trial. Is that a date that works?
I'll be here that day, Your Honor.
You know, we are setting it, and we don't know whether the victims are going to be available on that day or the law enforcement officer, so we'll make every effort.
Well, you can file, you know, I think the court has some discretion on the time. You need to file a motion and put everybody on notice of it, rather, you know, not just show up the day up and say, oh, couldn't be here. So, not saying that would happen, but we need some notice for it. So I'd start getting them lined up now. Okay, as of now, it's June 5th for trial at noon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio, Teresa Heck, case number CRA 23199, TRC 23323A and B, CRB 20831.
And Mr. Haslam, are you on this case?
Yes, sir, I am on this one. We were here approximately a month ago on this act.
All right. Okay, so good report from RRG.
Is Robert Melba here?
Yes.
Can you come forward to us, please? Thank you. Yeah. Your Honor, Mr. Robert Melba is here today. He's the alleged victim on this 2020 domestic violence case, which was never before the court before, I don't believe. But anyway, I've spoken with him, and he says that's long ago in the past, and that they have no problems between each other now, and he wants me to dismiss the charges. And so we would move to do that on 20 CRB 831.
And there's no objection to that.
No objection, Your Honor.
Be dismissed. 2831 is dismissed at the victim's request. And that's correct, sir? Okay, he says yes. So that leaves us with 23-323 and 23-199. And she is getting some counseling, and it looks like that's going well.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Hill and I discussed that case prior to coming in this morning. We've agreed to continue the preliminary to allow her to remain in treatment. I provided Mr. Hill with some medical records reflecting some circumstances that Ms. Heck has had over the years. I believe that the state was also going to speak with the troopers to see if there might be a possible resolution forthcoming, but we've had no substantive discussions about that at this time.
Okay, so you want to come back in about a month?
Yes, sir.
June 30th or thereabouts? What's your schedule like?
Bear with me one second, Your Honor.
Now, there's a 90-day time limitation, except that there's also a felony possession charge pending. So I think it's the time with the longer speedy trial.
If she's going to go to treatment, there's going to have to be a time waiver, or we'll just have to set it for trial, or...
Yeah, I can't.
And Your Honor, we have no objection to that in this case. This is an appropriate case for it.
All right. June 30th?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the defendant agrees to waive time until that date, so June 30th be the next hearing. She's to continue with her treatment, and we'll come back for preliminary hearing and pretrial on that date. 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Joseph Adkins, case number CRA 23260 and CRB 23261, and TRD 182412. Joseph Adkins.
Mr. Smith's case.
I believe he has a bond up with Mr. Sowers.
Yes.
He was on Blue Jeans when he was arraigned. I spoke to him here in court. I've not spoken to him since, but I do know that Mr. Sowers posted a bond for him.
He does have a bond up. So I will, well, there is a felony, so the other option is you could just nominate it to the grand jury if you want, and release the hounds and have Mr. Sowers go drag him in.
Well, I think we'd rather do that. We've got this shoplifting charge pending too, which gives us a reason.
Okay. So I will notify Mr. Sowers. So I will set this, issue a warrant today, and set it for a bond forfeiture June the 20th.
State of Ohio versus James Butts, case number CRA 23279, CRB 219.
Your Honor,
Stratton's case.
Mr. Butts is at amended reads. Sort of ankle monitor.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on an ankle monitor. Who's going under reads? Aren't you at under reads?
I'm at Manor Reeds. No, I'm at Lawrence County Recovery.
Oh, Lawrence
in,
County, okay.
South Point.
Okay. So you were at Lawrence County Recovery before, or?
No, back in March, is that where you're referring to?
Now, I got an entry saying, what it actually says, the defendant at the Change Treatment Center has amended briefs in Lawrence County Recovery due to the insurance matter, so.
Yeah, I had, you told me I could probably get on ankle monitor on Monday. Well, they didn't find out until like Thursday, past that Monday, that I had West Virginia Medicaid still.
Okay.
So I had to call and cancel that, and then they sent me a cancellation letter, and that's all got straight now.
Okay, so it's not an issue anymore?
No.
Well, you're there, and I guess what it would say is there's still stuff to work on. They're not convinced that you're invested in this, is my take on the report. It's like you're
I've only
there,
been there a
you're
week.
not causing any problems, but you're not really engaging a lot either.
Yeah, I'm still kind of foggy a little bit. I mean,
Well,
it's getting better though.
That makes sense. That happens.
He's got negative screens and is participating.
Yeah,
So-
I don't even want to use it. I don't want to be on Suboxone or nothing else. I mean, I might try the Vivitrol shot or something, but I don't want to do nothing.
Yeah.
No
Okay,
kind.
well, you're just getting started, so it's not a terrible report, but
Yeah.
it's not the best I've ever seen either. So you still got stuff you need to work on. Put it
Yes.
that way.
All right.
So, and I assume the state's okay with him continuing on?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right,
Your Honor, he is a part of the QRT as well.
okay.
Yeah, I reported down there Monday, I believe, I think to Dustin or Dusty.
Yeah.
Is that the same? Yeah.
I would just ask that Lawrence County Recovery provide us with reports as well.
Okay, so he is going there, or?
They're supposed to. I thought my
He
case
did an
manager
assessment
did.
there.
Yeah.
He is inpatient.
At Lawrence County Recovery, okay. I
Yeah.
was thinking he was, because I had it in the report from, oh, it is from Lawrence County Recovery, okay.
Yeah.
My fault. I was thinking he was at Mended Reeds. He was there for a while.
Yeah.
Okay,
no,
so-
No, I wasn't ever at
No, no,
Mended Reeds.
Never did make it to
No.
Mended Reeds.
There was
Never
a
made it there.
discussion about him going to Mended Reeds,
Just didn't happen.
but he went here instead.
Okay.
Yes.
So, my thinking on him is he needs to stay here a while before we just cut him loose.
Right.
You agree?
Yeah, I
with
got
that,
no problem.
Mr. Hill?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, a month, June 30th.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks for the opportunity, Judge.
Take advantage of it.
I am. Thank you, sir.
Good opportunity for you.
It is excellent.
You good to go?
Yes, you are.
Thank you, sir.
June 30th, 10 o'clock.
We'll be here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You are.
I'm in the habit of doing
State of Ohio versus Claude Allen, case number CRA 23303. Your Honor, you followed the full bill last time.
Okay, Claude Allen had a warrant out of Washington County, signed the waiver. He was picked up by them, so the case here is dismissed. Need Mr. Finley.
State of Ohio versus David Kutchner, case number TRC 221615 A and B.
All right, Mr. Finley is here, Mr. Kettner is appearing by teleconference, and this is on a sentencing hearing. I did get the materials that you submitted by email yesterday, and it was more detailed than the last one, so I appreciate that.
Can we approach him?
Yes. Yeah, I did. What we need something from, so we're like, I don't have to have. Yeah, but nonsense. That was just part of the case. That was just to find out if it was, because there was some indication that it was going to be diverted and it wasn't. Okay. Well, on a second, it would be. Well, if you're going to request that, I want to see we can go a couple months. Yeah, it's like 6 weeks. First of August. How about August 4th? So you got to schedule it.
Judge, that day, actually, I've got a bench trial that day in Meigs County,
Okay,
but I do have the 11th available.
okay, we can do that. Mr. Keckner, are you available August the 11th?
I'm so sorry to do that.
We're asking if you're available to do a teleconference on August the 11th.
Oh, I just wanted to see you. I will be in Texas, is that a Friday?
It's a Friday.
It would be the morning, right?
Well, in Texas it would be. If we do it at noon, it'll be at 10 o'clock in Texas.
It will be closer to you by an hour, so that, that's not be a problem, the 11th. Yes, sir.
All right, we'll set it for noon Eastern time and appear then wherever in Texas. I think there may be multiple time zones, I'm not sure. Whatever that is.
Depending on where you're at, Texas, I think. Yeah.
All right, continue with your treatment as you have been. Mr. Finley's provided me with reports, and that will be a checkup. We may conclude it then, it may go on further, but we'll see. I want you to check in with the court August 11th at noon.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you,
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Michael G. Robbins, case number TRC 221566, A and B.
All right, this is Mr. Green's case, set for sentencing. Michael Robbins, and he's with the VA, right?
Correct, Your Honor. He's in a VA treatment program up in Pennsylvania, is my understanding. I had called Ms. Rayburn at the VA and left a message this morning about getting an update, but I haven't heard anything back at this time. But he's not here, so I presume that he's still in. And they said it could be up to...
I will text her also. I haven't heard from her for a while.
They said it could be up to a 6-month program for him, so...
Okay, we can set it for another date, but I asked her to give a report.
Would June 26th be okay, Your Honor?
Yes. Finished request, case continued June 26th for sentencing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio recalls William Gullett, case number CRA 0972.
I have this as Mr. Morford's case. Well, it was his case initially, but I think we're on review hearings now.
Yeah.
Your Honor, we came in late for the review. Went ahead and had it called up. Mr. Gallagher is ordered to be here on April 28th for some community service. On April 28th, he was ordered to do some community service, and he is not there.
I was going to do something. I was going to come over in the morning and do something.
Okay, well, I gotta be consistent, so you're gonna have to go to the back. You had another guy that did the same thing. He's locked up, so you're gonna get locked up too. You get a court order, you gotta do it.
State of Ohio versus Naaman Cox, number TRC 221663, A, B, C, D, and E, TRC 213062, A, B, and C, TRC 211917, A and B, and CRA 21500.
All right, Mr. Meadows is here representing Mr. Cox.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. May I approach for a moment?
Yes. This may be collector's item. Because they're out of business now. Well, have you discussed this with Mr. Healy as to what his recommendation's going to be?
Very little, Your Honor. We talked about it before court today a little bit and know that we want to get it resolved. And I was waiting for him to give me what his thoughts on it were.
Well, what I probably would want to see is a urine screen today. So you want to give that to the court?
Sure.
Okay, let's do that. That'll give me more comfort level.
Okay.
Okay. We'll have you back after you do the urine screen.
You can do that.
State of Ohio versus Tracy DeMint, case number TRC 22548, A, B, and C, TRC 2272, A, B, and C, and TRC 213522, A, B, and C.
This is set for Central, and we've been tracking this for quite a while. I had a note from Bethesda before that you were going to try to do an assessment, but it hadn't happened.
Yes, sir, I did it. I went through a group too.
That was from May 9th. I don't know what-
He's completed his assessment, sir.
Okay.
And he's, I talked with his counselor this morning. He did group, he met with his counselor. He's got his individual schedule with his counselor. His drug screens are negative for everything except for his medications.
Okay, well, I want to see, because last time, admittedly, it was April, but he didn't have a clean screen then, so I wanted to do one for the court today.
Yes, sir.
Let's go do a screen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Marissa Short, case number CRA 22623, CRB 22624, and TRC 222494, A and B.
And Mr. Morford is representing Ms. Short. Set for preliminary hearing.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, good.
Good. It's an excellent report. It's great. Part of it that I really like and want to read. Marissa continues to be a model client to her peers. She's worked very hard to identify underlying issues that led her to substance use. Finds healthy ways to regulate her emotions. She's done an outstanding job in her recovery. Wonderful. I'm really pleased with that. I got to tell you now, when you first came into court, I wasn't so sure we were ever going to get to this point where you were, especially the part about you're helping other people too. I mean, I wasn't sure we were going to get you on board. But you've done great. Mr. Hill.
Your Honor, I would like to make sure that QRT is at least aware of her in the system, not necessarily to turn her over to them at this point, but so that eventually maybe we can do that. Also, very impressive recovery that she's undergoing. So this young lady is doing really well. I just wanted to make sure that you all knew about her. Have we talked about her?
Yes. She She's not a part of the deflection program, but she is somebody that we are tracking.
Okay, they're already tracking.
What's her time frame at Bethesda? What are we going to do with her?
I have not been given a time frame. I know she's been there for quite a while already.
She's due to graduate next month, I do believe.
Yeah.
What's the
27.
plan after that? You need to start thinking about that.
Yeah, I sort of thought about it. I'm gonna stay, do mental health with a new, and where I got a job now, get more hours at work,
And you're working where?
the cemetery,
Okay. Cutting grass? What are you doing?
weed eating.
Okay. Well, that's good, honest work.
Yeah.
Needs done. You get to see, a sense of accomplishment, because when you do it, you see what you've done, right?
Which cemetery?
Woodland.
So I just would like to say that I took my mom to Woodland the other day. I don't know if you were one of the people. My mom was so impressed at how nice the cemetery looked that she wanted me to stop the car so she could tell some of the workers. I don't know if you were one of them there next to a truck, probably not. But anyway, they do.
Probably didn't come in yet.
They do a good work, keeping it looking nice.
Okay, so, she's already been sentenced on an OVI, but we've got this felony that's still pending, but the whole idea is to get it dismissed and off your record. And I don't know if the state wants to do that now. It doesn't sound like they're ready to do it just yet, but that's where you're headed. Keep it up, and this is going to go away.
Your Honor, she's not a part of the deflection team, but Mr. Hill just told me that she's already been sentenced on the OVI.
Yes.
And the only thing she has pending is the possession. If that is the case, I could take her for the deflection.
Is that what you want to do?
I'm not opposed to that. I guess this is one of those things where she's done so well, we want to make sure she continues, and we have faith that the QRT team is able to do that. We also have, I guess, the potential of taking the case to the grand jury if she would slip up. We certainly don't want that to happen.
So here's where we are, because we're using a lot of language you may not understand what's going on. We have a QRT team here in Orange County, which stands for Quick Response Team. So initially what they would do is go out when somebody overdosed and try to get them into treatment. It's kind of morphed now into they will actually track people and keep them that are in treatment, try to assist them and make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do. So you've been coming back here and I've been reviewing what you're doing. So I could transfer it to them, then you wouldn't have to come to court anymore, but they would be following you and maybe they would be contacting you and may show up at your work or wherever just to see what you're doing. But they would have the right, if they felt like you were not being compliant, to either bring it back to this court or take it on to the common police court or take it to the grand jury for an indictment, even though it would be dismissed here, it would be dismissed without prejudice, which means they can refile it if they think you mess up down the road. So, Mr. Morford, I don't know if you want to talk to her about that. This is something new that's probably been thrown at her today. And then make a decision how you want to proceed.
And another thing too, Your Honor, is that she's already been sentenced on the OVI.
So she still has to come back here anyway.
Yes.
She still has to come back here because she has the OVI that she was sentenced, which is a misdemeanor. So you have that you have to work on. And you were ordered to complete Bethesda under that. So I don't know, maybe it makes sense just to keep it here because she's going to be coming back here anyway. I mean, if the QRT wants to follow her too, it's not like she's going to be off my docket. She's still going to be here because of the...
We're still following her. She's just not a part of deflection at this time.
All right, so I kind of talked myself into keeping it here. So you still have that misdemeanor case you have to complete. You got stuff there you got to do, one of which is complete treatment at Bethesda, but you're well on your way to doing it. So, let's come back in another 6 weeks. So I want to just ask you, what caused, my read on you when you first came into court was you weren't buying any of this, and you kind of had an attitude about this. Was I wrong about that? Because you flipped the switch, where you accepted it and said, this is what I need to do, I'm going to make a change. Am I wrong about that?
No.
Okay. Was there one particular, just so I'll learn, trying to learn, so if there's going to be people coming behind you, they're going to have the same attitude. What do we do to try to flip the switch with them and get them to buy in? Because that's the most important thing. We all want it for folks as much as we can, and if they don't buy in, it isn't happening. I mean, you can make them sit in a room and have somebody talk to them. If they're not buying it, as soon as they leave that room or get out on their own, they're going to go right back to where they were. Do you have any insight on that?
I mean, when I first came here and when I went to inpatient, I was like fighting everything. And I talked to Taylor, and ever since we had that talk about trusting the process and taking it all day by day and live the best life with it, I kind of changed my whole attitude.
Okay. Well, good job. I'm really proud of what you're doing, and wish you the best. So you're on the right path. Just keep it up. There's going to be more challenges. You got to keep working at it. It's not going to be like, oh, I'm done. I can forget about this. You got to keep working. So I think you know that. Did you tell me July 7th was a bad day for you? July 10th?
Yes, Judge, I have a divorce trial on the 7th.
July 10th. Okay, Ms. Short, good job. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Mallory Copley, case number TRC 22-1636.
Let me get back to Bush.
This is Mr. Smith's case after sentence.
Sure. He was here, had to leave. He had something he had to take care of.
I'm also continuing.
But you've got your pathways.
Completed.
Judge,
My drug screen.
there was a fellow here from Pathways, I didn't catch his name, but he had to leave at 12:30, but he's left a bunch of stuff that...
That was Randy.
Randy. She has graduated the program. She's going to continue with the program even though after the court, involvement is done. We discussed possibly if she did well, and this is a case that's gone on, it'll be a year in June. I think today we're at the point where we can talk about finishing the sentencing. As I understand it, the state was willing to offer based upon some evidentiary issues and completion of treatment. First offense.
Mr. Hill.
Well, Your Honor, Mr. Smith, way back when, made a convincing argument to us that Ms. Copley could do well in treatment if we gave her a chance. And he also impressed upon me that, every case has some questions as to whether the case is completely provable or not. So we agreed that if she was very good in treatment, that we would recommend to the court that she would be, that the sentencing would be treated as a first offense. And we believe that she has attained that level of compliance and progress, and hopefully this is a lifelong change for her that she'll think of in the future as a positive thing and not a terrible thing. So we would recommend that at this point, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Copley, anything you want to say before we conclude this?
No, other than I'm also doing a follow-up aftercare treatment with my peer support once a week. And I'm doing great. I have a job at King's Daughters in telemetry. I feel like my life is just slowly beginning to even out and going the way it should be. So
Okay.
I'm grateful for that.
Congratulations
Thank
on
you.
that. So, will be first treated as a first. Okay, I'll give you a $500 fine, order you to pay costs. 6-month license suspension, which started, so it's over actually, it'll be over. It started the day of the incident, which has been more than 6 months ago. So you may have some things to do to clean that up, but the suspension should be over.
Sure.
20 days in jail, all suspended, on the conditions you do 5 days of community service with the court's community service program, 2 years of level 4 probation. I'm going to delete since you did the more intensive treatment, I'm going to delete the driver intervention program, so she doesn't have to do that, which was a 3-day counseling session. Set a review hearing for her for September 5th. So you need to take care of your fines, court costs, community service, and everything. If you do it by September 5th, you don't have to come to the hearing. If you haven't finished it, you need to show up on September 5th, explain why you didn't get it done. If you don't show up, you're going to you automatically get a warrant for not showing up. So
Yes, sir.
go meet with Mr. Major in the probation office to the left as you leave the court.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Kara Hearn, case number CRB 2381. Kara Hearn.
She had a good screen.
Did you screen? Okay, great. Yeah. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Let me send you. You'll have to cut maybe counsel. Can't talk to her. Can't remember. She sent me something about That's crazy. There's a song about that. You heard it? I mean, she was taking care of everything under the sun. There's programs even if she wanted she could take She argued when she discharged you. Tourist. I feel sorry for her. I wish there was more we could do to support her. Someone to help her.
Session was 5-6.
Yeah, I think they'll open it up to a resolution. Right. Just keep.
Hopefully they don't
Continue on.
Good job.
Okay, good screen today. Thank you for that. You're welcome. And I think you've come quite a ways from when you first came into this court.
I have.
I feel like there's still more work and more things that you need to work out.
There are.
And the counseling can help you with that. And I know Ms. Kim said that she would talk to you. There's other support that you can get if you need it. So if you need somebody to talk to or help you, if there's other folks that want to help. And is QRT following her? This might be one.
This is actually arose out of a theft case. I don't know if that fits their criteria or not.
So she had a major, she tested good today. But when she first came in here, she blew it up.
As long as it's not a violent crime, an OVI or domestic, something like that, if it results from a drug addiction, from substance use disorder, we'll take it.
We can say that for sure.
And she already pled guilty some time ago.
She
So I
has.
don't know if that.
So she can go through QRT, you can touch with Kim, and also go to Riverside. Try to do that.
I am.
Okay. And maybe come back in 3 weeks?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, yeah, they'll meet you out there.
Yep.
So talk to the QRT team before you leave today. And set it for 16th?
16th is fine.
June 16th. For sentencing.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And Mr. Lehman, I just sent you a message.
State of Ohio versus Justin Casey, case number TRC 222460, A and B.
So let's back. Mr. Casey, this is it for Sensi. Mr. Casey has an appointment with Mahajan on Monday. Did you say Monday?
Yes.
Monday. He was going through the services of Spectrum, but of course they shut down, so.
Yeah.
Oh, did they? Yes. Okay, congratulations.
Okay, his last report from Spectrum was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean,
He's gonna get an evaluation of Mahajan now?
yes, he is.
And that happens when?
Monday.
I've actually already had the evaluation, sir. I've just got to go in for my, I'll do a 2-hour group with them.
Okay.
And I started a new job, so that's, I work from 7 in the evening till 7 in the morning, so.
So you can come here either Monday or Friday, or is there a better day for you?
It doesn't matter, whatever works.
Well, you're not available June 20th, are you?
No, not June 20th.
23rd, I think you're available. June 23rd will be your next hearing.
Make sure you have Mahajan next time.
Yes. Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Teofilo Valesco, case number TRC 2352, A and B.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, I had a note that he was going to do 60 hours community service before sending me. He has done, and he's done a great job.
Okay, great. Okay, so this will be considered a first offense, low test score since he was on near the edge, and then he did some extra community service, so we'll bump it down where it's not mandatory jail time.
Right.
So it's my understanding, and maybe he's already done this.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
already pled guilty.
yeah, it's a sentencing,
We
Your
just
Honor, yes.
delayed it to see how he did on his community service, which we got a great report. Thank you for doing that in a timely manner. So. Okay, on your fine, I'll impose a $500 fine. That's less than what I normally would do on your test score, but you did such a good job in community service, I'm lowering it. I'll order you to pay the court costs. 6-month license suspension, so you'll be done July 14th with that. 20 days in jail, all suspended. Community service has already been completed. I order 60 hours, he's done 60 hours. 2 years of level 4 probation. He will have to go to the driver intervention program.
Yes.
And the closest one now is inside of the county. So you can go to anyone that's approved by the state of Ohio. There isn't one in Lawrence County as of now. His review hearing will be September 5th. He had a tail light charge, and I'll dismiss that. You'll need to see Mr. Major in the probation office, and then get everything done by September 5th. You don't have to come back. If you haven't got, you got to show up, or you get a warrant. If you don't show up, then you have stuff left to do.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Clyde King, case number TRD 20-2187, CRB 2825.
Mr. Steyer's case.
Your Honor, if I may, Mr. King was ordered on April 28th to be here April 29th, or 5/6, and he did not show up.
I got hit by a car on my bicycle when I left here after court. I was over in town, wanted to see my son, and got hit by a car, the hit and run.
Got any proof of that?
Other than what I filed over there.
Well, did you file a police report?
Yeah, they didn't give me nothing.
Huntington?
Yeah.
I don't think
have
that.
a police report on record.
Oh, they generate those automatically though for people. I think you have to go back and get them separately.
I mean, I didn't know.
I would ask that he be given an opportunity to get that and appear in another court hearing.
Okay, when will you be here in the next 2 weeks? I get police reports from Huntington all the time. It's not that hard.
I never done it.
I'll be here, Your Honor, I'm looking at the wrong dates here, I apologize. 29th, 2nd, I'm not 29th, I'm sorry, that's not. I'll be here. I apologize. I'll be here the 2nd, the 9th.
Let's do the 9th.
And I didn't know I was court ordered to be here. I'd have been here. Anyways, I'd come hurt. It don't matter.
Bring me your report from HPD.
Okay.
On
June 9th, 10 o'clock. You can just go to the police station there in Huntington.
You still have community service left to do.
Yeah, I'll get on it. I got toothache right now.
If you can try to get a couple days in before you put.
I've got 1 day, and then I still only have 1 day left of community service. Is all I should have, and then the rest.
All right, thank you.
State of Ohio versus Brittany Smith, case number CRA 23275, also known as Brittany Caldwell, case number CRB 131057, CRB 131153, A and B.
I don't think she doesn't have a lawyer. Okay. Oh, she's got a new charge. She's never been arrested. Well, pass along to her. If she wants to avoid getting arrested, she needs to come to court.
She's here, Your Honor.
She is?
I spoke to her a while ago. I just remember she stepped out. I can look real fast.
Okay, well, we'll recall her then. Let's get her in here.
Brittany Caldwell.
Yeah, Brittany Caldwell.
You got a copy. All right, ma'am, this charge is filed in the name of Brittany Smith. It's a new one that you've never been arraigned on. It's alleged April 20th of 2023, you purposely deprived Kenny Queen Hardware of property being a steel chainsaw. The value of that being more than $1,000. So that makes it a felony 5 theft. Maximum penalty is 1 year in jail, $2,500 fine. Do you understand this charge, ma'am?
No.
Is your date of birth September the 8th?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it may not be true, but do you understand the charge?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the money to hire a lawyer?
No.
Are you working?
No. I'm trying to get a job at Bateman right now. I had to do a variance for West Virginia Cares, and I'm just waiting on them to call me back.
I'm going to appoint Mr. Morford to represent you.
Okay. And I'm also in RRG too now. Nick and Heather got me in there last week.
You're in where?
RRG.
Okay, they're here. They gave me a report.
Okay.
What's the state's position on bond and so forth?
The state's not opposed to an OR bond.
I'm going to let you sign a signature bond of $2,000 on this new charge.
Okay.
I'm going to order that you continue with your treatment.
Okay.
And I think we need, has she had urine screens with you?
Yes, sir. There should be copies of it in the report.
Okay. Because May 5th, she had one and it was not good. Here, she had one here, it was not good. Oh, well, she had some bad screens with you too.
Yeah, I have an appointment today at 3 o'clock, and then I'm also attending relapse prevention groups.
So let's do a screen here today. Why don't you do your screen here?
Okay.
We may need to start looking more serious treatment.
State of Ohio versus Keegan Campbell on recall. Case number CRB 23309 A and B, CRA 23310, CRA 23308.
This is Mr. Steyer's case.
Your Honor, based on discussions with the prosecution and Mr. Campbell, we're going to waive our right to preliminary hearing in exchange for a continuation of bond. I want to make the state aware that Mr. Campbell's address going forward is going to be 2823 Collis Avenue, Apartment 4, Huntington, 25702. I'd like to strongly request that the state, in the event that an indictment is issued, that I be contacted, whether I'm appointed or not, on this matter, so that I can at least guide Mr. Campbell to his next attorney, if depending on which side of the courthouse in Ironton it lands on, and that a summons be issued rather than an arrest warrant.
So he's gonna sign a waiver.
He's going to sign a waiver at this time.
And I've made a note of all that, Mr. Steyer.
Sorry, I have one other.
I'm sorry?
I have one other, two separate felonies, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's 308 and 310. In between is a two misdemeanors, 309A and B. No. Those got dismissed.
Your Honor, the misdemeanor involving domestic violence with respect to his mother, we don't want that to go to the grand jury.
Right, that's got dismissed. I think there's already.
I'm sorry. No, you can
been
sign
a
here.
hearing on that. That should be.
No.
No, Your Honor, it was continued as well.
Okay.
I don't think we had actually set a date back on the misdemeanor.
Well, there's also a misdemeanor for obstructing official business. You want that to go to the grand jury?
Yes, we'll nullify that to the grand jury.
Okay, so that's 309A, 23309A, nollie to the grand jury.
We're nulling 309A, but keeping 309B.
309B is being dismissed, is my understanding. That was at the request of the mother.
Yes, I did hear that.
Is that correct? She wanted it dismissed?
Well, I mean, she wanted, I guess under the circumstances, since she wants it dismissed and since the rest of the case is going to go to the grand jury, and we would just nollie it.
Nollie it?
Yeah.
Okay. So 309A and B are both nollie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's see.
Oh, wait, hang on.
Did he sign the waiver?
He did. I brought it up. I don't.
Okay.
There were two waivers. He signed both.
Mr. Campbell, you had a right to probable cause hearing here today on the felony charges, and your attorneys represented, and you signed the document saying you waived the right to have that hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll accept your waiver. And what he's saying is really important. The case is going to go to the grand jury. If you get indicted on it, it's a lot better if you show up on your own than get drug in there on a warrant and maybe lose the bond. You've already got a bond up. But sometimes you won't know that you got indicted because they won't notify you, or it'll go to the wrong address or whatever. So there is a website for the clerk of the common pleas court. If I were you and in your shoes, I would check that periodically to see if your name shows up on there. And then you can call Mr. Steyer and say, hey, I think I got indicted. What do I do? How do I get in before the court? Because if you show up on your own, they're going to have to continue your bond rather than make you post a new one.
And I'm just to kind of paraphrase what I've already said, but repeat, I may not be appointed to your case at the next level, a different attorney may be appointed, but if you get a hold of me, I will find out who that is, I'll get you in touch with that person, and we'll take steps to get you into court without a problem, okay? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so your cases are concluded here. You're going to be going to Ironton to the common pleas court now.
Yes, sir. All right.
We have to, please.
State of Ohio recalls Naaman Cox. Case numbers PRC 22-1663, A, B, C, D, and E. PRC 21-30-62, A, B, and C. PRC 21-19-17, A, and B, and CRA 21-5.
Acceptable screen, I would say.
We have today a report from where did he finish it? Did he finish his spectrum? Got in under the wire. So, Your Honor, I see it appears that Mr. Cox completed his programming with Spectrum, and apparently he's had a good drug screen today. Back when this case started, 9 months ago, with a plea to an OVI, actually two of them, was it two of them? Or was it two?
Yeah, he's got case number 21-30-62 that had been sentenced on, and 22-16-63.
May we approach her?
Yes. And this one's labeled as a third. Feel like I could go all the way down to the first. That's really quite a bit. Yeah. I'll give him some good, in there. Okay, so I think today we're ready to go ahead and sentence Mr. Cox on both of these matters. He's already pled guilty. We'll start with 21-30-62, and I will treat it as a second because of his treatment. I think that's given him quite a bit of consideration.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything that you wish to say, Mr. Cox, before I sentence you?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, I'm going to impose a $500 fine for you to pay the court costs, license suspension for 1 year, which started October 22nd. It's all of 21, so it's already over. Then I'm going to load up the jail time. I'm going to change that. I'm going to make it 90 days in jail, suspend 85. 2 years of level 4 probation. So you're going to have 5 days of jail to do. When do you want to report to do that?
What would be best for you?
Mondays or Fridays, yeah. It's kind of like this is the entry door to the jail. You can imagine if there's an entry door here that goes to the jail. Because if you actually go there and try to go in directly, somehow you can't get in, but you can from here. So you got to come here to the court on a court day. So that's usually a Monday or a Friday.
I would ask a couple weeks if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, so that's going to be, what day is that?
Should be June 9th, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
9th of June, you got to be here by 11 a.m. to start your jail time. And I'm going to order you to do 60 hours of community service. And I'm going to order, what are you doing? I know you finished the Spectrum, and that was outpatient. I'm going to order that you continue with some sort of outpatient care, because I don't want to see you go through this again. So I want you, Spectrum is no longer around, so I want you to go to another agency and do some outpatient with them on whatever basis they think is necessary. And you live Patriot?
Yes.
Okay, so that's, so Galquist is, Galquist is closer for you?
Technically, yes. I mean, I'm kind of in the middle, but between Ironton and, but it'd be probably more convenient for me to go to Galquist.
Okay. You must not be a native, because that's not the way they say it. They say Galquist.
Everybody I know calls it Galquist, but.
Okay. Well, who's got a facility in?
OVP does.
Okay.
My biggest problem is transportation issues. Whenever I was issued Spectrum before, I couldn't make it to I missed a couple of the appointments in Ironton, and then that's when I went to Galquist because they were transporting me back and forth. So
At Spectrum, did they have a facility there?
They did. They had one. I was going.
They don't
to
have one
Ironton.
anywhere now.
But then they moved me to Galquist.
Okay, well, OVP has an office in Galquist. So I want you to talk to Brianna after we get finished here to get that set up. And he's finished quite a bit of treatment, so I don't know that he needs to be there, constantly, but I want him to have some follow-up. He had two third offenses that were, because of the treatment he's done, I'm treating as a second offense, so. And you need to know this too, if you get another one of these, you're looking at a felony. It's not going to stay in this court, it's going to go to the felony court.
I've changed a lot of things. I completely gave up driving altogether. I don't even drive when I'm not, I don't drive at all.
Okay. Well, I had people tell me that kind of stuff before, and then they wind up getting another offense, so, who knows?
I've been terrified of even getting caught driving not under any influence, so I just completely gave up driving altogether just because I don't want to be back in here.
Okay, well, I don't want you to come back either. And I don't want you to hurt yourself or somebody else out on the road.
I believe he's getting tired of seeing me too.
Okay, then he had a driving under an OVI suspension.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's got to be at least $250 fine and 3 days in jail. So, and I'm not going to run it consecutive or concurrent. It's going to be consecutive. So you're going to have to do 8 days in jail. And he can report June 9th at 11 a.m. He had a failure to control his vehicle. I'll impose a $20 fine on that. September 5th will be the review hearings on all these. Okay, then we've got 22-1663. Another refusal. Okay, $750 fine on the second refusal. Usually I hit $1,000 on each refusal, so I'm still giving you a break, but man. $90 days in jail, suspend 85, and I'll run these concurrent. 5 days in jail, well, it's going to be 8 total, but 5 on this, concurrent with the other case, reporting June 9th. Another 60 hours of community service. You got a total of 120 hours of community service. You can do it in Galcliffe or somewhere other than here if you can't get here, but you're going to have to do some community service. I mean, I'm giving you a lot of consideration because my standard used to be on a third offense. I never gave anybody less than a month in jail. So you're talking about from 2 months in jail down to 8 days in jail. So you're getting a lot of consideration. Don't mess it up. Because if you do, I'm gonna load up all the time I suspended on you. Review hearing September 5th. Orders to continue with outpatient at OVP. And another driving under an OBI suspension. I'll do a $250 fine, 3 days in jail, and I'll run it concurrent with the other 3 days. So you're going to get 8 days in jail total. That's quite a break. Safety belt violations, $30 fine. Failure to control is a $20 fine. Okay, June the 9th to start your jail time. September 5th for your review hearing. And I'm sure you're going to talk to Brianna before you leave.
You got to see your probation officer.
If it was a fictitious registration as well.
$30.
And he'll need to see probation today as well, right?
Yes, he's got to get a probation.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio recalls Tracy DeMint, case number TRC 22-548, A, B, and C, TRC 20-2277, A, B, and C, TRC 21-3522, A, B, and C.
Okay, acceptable screen. I don't think we're ready to conclude this yet. What says the state?
Well, we're happy that he had a good screen, and we know he's fighting, he's working hard at this.
Yes, sir.
And I hope that he feels that it's a life-changing thing he's going through, which is what we were hoping for.
Yes,
So
sir.
we'd like to have him come back in some more. I don't know how many more times, don't want to keep it going forever, but I think that his circumstances that he's come out of were such that, he needed a pretty...
I appreciate it, yeah.
Pretty, the kind of intervention that he's been afforded by the system here. So we want to make sure we leave him in a place where he's not going to come back to us.
Yes, sir.
July 10th. July 10th is going to be your next hearing, 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio recalls William Gullet, case number CRA 0972. State of Ohio recalls Brittany Smith, also known as Brittany Caldwell, case number CRA 23275, CRB 131057, CRB 131153, A and B.
I don't know why I wrote
Okay, it's a good screen.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
Ms. Smith has also started intensive outpatient. She had her first session yesterday, and she will be attending that once a week, sometimes twice a week.
All right, Mr. Morford, you're representing her now, so we'll continue on with treatment of RRG and come back, and I'm going to say 3 weeks, if that's either the 16th or the 20th of June.
Judge, I don't have anything on the 16th. I'm free as well. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Scratch that. I can't do 20.
June 16th, then. Preliminary hearing, June 16th, pre-trials. Well, actually, sentencing on the other.
At what time? At what time?
Give me a call. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State of Ohio recalls James Helton, case number CRB 23111. James Helton.
This is Mr. Morgan's case, Mr. Helton. James Helton.
James Helton.
Did he go in the back?
Is he in the back?
No, not in the back. That's not where I said that.
He was just sent out to do a screening.
Judge, I believe, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that he was screened and the recommendation was inpatient and he did not want to do that.
Yes, Riverside and I met with him. He was assessed an inpatient because of his drug screen. He refused to go inpatient, was willing to only do outpatient because he didn't want to lose his job, so he doesn't qualify for QRT.
Okay. He qualifies for a bench warrant. So, he has a bond up too.
I don't think he knew what he was supposed to say, but.
Better go to Argentina, maybe someplace even further away, because Mr. Sowers is very resourceful. Let me send him a picture of his bond. That's how I'll let him know that they didn't show up. Set it for June 20th for bond forfeiture. So the reason he's not amenable to QRT is because he's refusing treatment? Okay.
If he doesn't go with the recommendation, then.
Yeah, whatever the treatment side, or the treatment centers decide that's what they need to do, and that's what they have to do to stay compliant with us.
Okay. he's actually worse than Phelps appeared. He appeared then left. Actually fled the scene.
Did you tell him to stick around? I didn't say nothing to him about that.
Well, I told him to come
him.
out.
You told him?
Yeah, he told him right here, yeah. Your Honor, I'm going to go see if I can find him as well while I leave here.
Okay, he's in, he has an Ironton address. Bond forfeiture, June 20.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Joshua Blair, case number TRD 213211 A and B.
Okay, this is for failure to appear back in March, it looks like.
Yes, sir. I was in, come here, I had video arraignment, or video court on June 10th, and I was in Star, and so I thought you all were gonna send me another letter. I got out February 21st, but I never got a letter about another court date. They said, but apparently I was supposed to reach out to you all.
We don't send letters.
So I got one for January 10th in the mail stating that I had court here, but that was, like I said, I was incarcerated at Star.
I don't see anything in the file that was issued on January 10th.
Or might have been February 10th.
We used to send out letters to everybody, but it got to be too much and it's too expensive, so we don't. Yeah. Okay, so you're at Riverside now.
Yes, sir.
You started there May 22nd?
No, I started there February, right after I got out of Star.
Oh, I think that's just the date of this.
Yeah, that's just, I've got 32 hours of groups and stuff so far.
I see that, 32 hours. Okay, I'll cancel the warrant. Now, I guess you must have pled guilty because it was a sentencing hearing. Did you ever get your license back?
No, I'm working on them now. That's what I was supposed to come back on January 10th for, but whenever I was in Star, I've been out 3 months. I'm working on getting them back. I'm hoping to have them back within the next month or two. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna say tomorrow.
Where are you living now?
I'm actually living up on North Huntington Heights.
Okay. You like that better than East Lynn?
I've still got that property out there too, but
Okay.
I'm living up on North Huntington Heights. The reason why I found out I had a warrant, my neighbor told me that the sheriffs were there 2 days ago. And so yesterday I talked to my PO, and my PO told me, because I went to check in right before I come here this morning, that I'd go ahead and come down here and try to get it all taken care of first thing this morning.
Yeah, well, that's always the best, facing up to your problem rather than acting like it doesn't exist.
I'd rather show up than get drug in here.
Well, do you want to, I can either go ahead and send you on this, or I can let you try to get your license and come back and show it to me, and I'll give you a little bit less.
Would it be a possibility to give me 2 months to get my license?
Yep, I'll set it for July 24th.
Yes, sir.
It's a Monday.
All right.
For sentencing. At 10 o'clock, I'll withdraw the warrant. So even if you don't get your license, come show up on July 24th. Otherwise, I got to issue a warrant for you for not showing up.
Yes, sir. At what time?
10 o'clock.
Thank you, sir.
6:30, I think.
State of Ohio recalls Nicole Gravely, case number CRA 22727, CRB 22728.
Mr. Stratton's case?
Your Honor?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, it was your case, this is a review. Yes, well, it's got the wrong date on here, so, but you got it in here today, anyway. You just have to pay your fines. Can you pay anything on it?
No, not till the 1st. We've paid on it and it's down to 190.
That's correct. I'll set your next hearing for July 3rd. Pay it off, you don't have to come back. 9 a.m. July 3rd. I'll cancel the warrant.
State of Ohio recalls Trevor Dement, case number CRB 21167, CRA 2630, CRA 2321, CRB 2322, CRB 19667, CRB 19570.
Sorry about this morning.
And according to my knowledge, Your Honor, he is doing good.
Okay, that's a good report. This is good. Can you pay anything on your fines?
I'd have to go get some cash off my card at the
That'll be
bank down
fine.
the road.
Let me see what you owe.
I think it's still in 300 or 400.
Yeah, we take cash off a card.
Can I use my
Do
card?
that. Go to the ATM, get some money. How much you gonna get? Bring it up.
20 or 30 probably.
I'll put you
I
down
can
for 30.
I can come in, I think Tuesday, I'm getting a first draw of the job I'm doing. I can probably put like 100 down or something.
I want you to pay 30 today.
Okay.
Next hearing is going to be June 30th.
Is that a review, Your Honor?
Yes, June 30th for a review.
Yeah, 9, right?
9 a.m.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, go get that right now. There's an ATM right down the street.
State of Ohio versus William Gullett, case number CRA 0972.
This one, yeah. I need to have Mr. Cooper in here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, he is here. Okay, so he was one of the ones I ordered to do community service,
Yes, Your Honor.
and he didn't do it?
No, Your Honor.
I think I almost understood your honor on that day, so how much you saying it on the 3 days or the total days coming up, I didn't know that you ordered it. My bad.
You haven't, you did some in March.
You know, like I said, I was gonna come over in the morning and, like I said, I pay all kinds of things.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm sentencing you to 10 days in jail. And I'll suspend that if you show up at 7:30 in the morning for community service. Otherwise, you either need to hightail it out of here and never come back, or you're gonna have 10 days in jail if you wanna live around here. Eventually, we will get you. It may not be Monday or Tuesday, but eventually, you're gonna get 10 days in jail. So can you be here? Or you gonna do community service somewhere? Okay. We'll get some grass at that.
Your Honor, what time should it be here, 7:30?
7:30 a.m. Can you get here at 7:30? Need me to call you? Because I'm up at 5. Okay, we always take money. So let's see, I gotta give you a new hearing date. 30, 5 days, 30 hours is what I'm saying. Okay, June 30th will be your next hearing, 9 o'clock. pretty good deal, 1 day community service instead of 10 days of jail.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Christopher J., recalls Christopher J. Blevins, case number CRB 2286, CRB 19439 A and B, CRB 21595 A and B, CRB 21162, CRB 21165, CRB 2312, and TRC 171164.
Yes. Thank you.
Now, he has, per se, completed his 7-day detox. However, we were suggesting that he complete our 30-day program and then continue to long-term treatment.
That was, in fact, I think initially, he was going to go someplace else, and then he finagled around and got to OVP because he thought it was shorter.
Regal, he was at Regal.
Yeah, he was at Regal, and he
Yeah.
called me and asked if he could come there for detox, which we got him in there, but I was unaware that he had been court ordered to Regal at that time. So then you agreed to allow him to stay there. That's what we were
But I thought he was
suggesting.
going to stay
and
for 30 days. I didn't know.
Right. Well, I wasn't in here when you called him up, and apparently he had spoke with
He went
Riverside.
from there to back here real quick.
Okay.
He's a manipulator.
Yes.
So you manipulated yourself into either jail or back to OVP to finish up the 30-day program and then to inpatient, which is, do we need an ankle monitor?
Your Honor, he's never had an issue about that.
Yeah, but he talks his way out of stuff or gets out of stuff, I don't know. And then, I mean, his test the last time was awful.
Yeah, I think he was positive for almost everything.
Okay, do we need somebody to transport him, or you want to transport him? How do we want to do that?
We'll get him back there.
Okay. I'm ordering you back to OVP for finish up inpatient and then to inpatient after that, a longer program. And I want to see him, when do you think, he's probably got at least 3 weeks to go, right?
Yes, I believe the 19th of June would be his out date.
Okay, I want to see him on June 16th. You're available then, Mr. Stratton?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
June 16th will be the next hearing for Mr. Blevins. It's released to OVP. Palmer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'll start
Got
doing
emails
those
now.
I'll start doing those. So Philip doesn't have to. Man, that would be so, I've been waiting for somebody.
Is Amber Mills, she's in the jail, isn't she?
Thanks. Huh?
I think she got it.
The 16th.
I think she's in our municipal.
He's doing a good job.
Is that it?
Nope.
Okay.
Someone that showed up, he is to carry out all his facts. Just that.
State of Ohio versus Nathan Boyd.
Right there.
Case number TRC 21331, TRC 202434, A, B, C, and D, TRC 2326, A, B, C, and D.
Okay, this is another one I believe was
Your Honor,
supposed to
I
come
don't
out.
think he was supposed to be on those 2 days. It just said some community service.
Okay, he hadn't done any.
Yeah, I apologize for that.
I wasn't just leaving it, I got it down until the 7th, and then the following, so a week early, I just got back Wednesday night. But if I gotta take some time off to get it caught up, I would.
I'm going to sentence you to 10 days in jail. I'm going to suspend it on condition that you show up in the morning at 7:30 a.m. for community service here at the court. You can do that. Okay, and then I'll set your next review hearing for June 30th. Be here in the morning and we're all good. Don't be here in the morning, you got 10 days chasing you. You're welcome.
What's the next version?
June 30th.
State of Ohio recall of Joseph Atkins, case number CRA 23260, CRB 23261, TRD 182412.
All right, this is, I assume Mr. Sowers got in touch with you.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry about this morning. My niece went into labor last night and I had my nephews and I honestly thought my court date was Monday.
Okay, well, your attorney's already left, so we can't really do anything on your case except continue it to probably Tuesday. Mr. Smith, probably need to check and make sure he's going to be here and get a date when.
Congressman?
It's Roger Smith.
I tried to call him too because he was supposed to get in touch with me where we rescheduled it the last time and I never heard anything from him and he hasn't called me back and I honestly
We're
thought.
going to get a date when he's going to be here and we'll set it on that date.
I'll make sure I put the right date this time.
So you should have some help tomorrow.
Good.
Your Honor, Roger Smith will be here Friday.
Next Friday. So that's June 2nd. I'm going to continue your case, cancel the warrant.
June 2nd.
That's 1 week from today,
Yes, sir. At 10 a.m.
10 a.m., June 2nd. And I'll let Mr. Sowers know, I'll call him off, otherwise he'll be harassing you all weekend.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. June 2nd is the next 10 days.
Sir.
Be here, make sure you catch Mr. Smith and tell him that you're here, so he'll know that your case needs to be called up now.
Okay.
We'll have it on the docket though.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. That last guy will text Gary, let him know he showed up.
Joseph Atkins.
Joseph Atkins, okay. And Mr. Hill, I need to talk to you before you leave, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Text Roger too. Okay, court's adjourned.